Hello. Okay. Got streaming a while. There's been some big changes. Yeah. All right. So here's a thing I did. Okay. Uh, that's basically outside right now. And what I have set up is that if I mute for 5 seconds, it will start playing that clip. Now I did that so that if I lose internet, you'll know why. So that's what we have going on today. But yes, let's see. The deck talk should be working. I don't know why it's not. Let me restart it, I guess.
Deck Talk is now online.
End of line.
HASLIM79S. Subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 33 months. And says so much rain. Imagine it would be snowing instead.
End of line.
AJ, thank you for the 33 months. I appreciate that. I think it's actually on me. I turned off the deck talk because I realized if anyone subbed during the intro, it would have made sound, which would have disabled the rain. So I had turned off the deck talk. All right. Pretty sure you sometimes stay quiet for longer than that. Yeah. So there was actually an expander on the mic in the ATEM, and I disabled that. So hopefully the audio doesn't dip down. But if I am too silent for too long, it will actually play that. But the it has to be below a 2% volume level for that to happen, which is almost impossible. So we'll see how it goes. So yeah. Kyron says technical difficulties do not adjust your set. Yeah. Later on, when it's not caused by stream, I'll probably replace it with something because I set it to set it up in such a way that I can have this active all the time. I just need to replace the media file there. Serene is not a live feed from outside. No. But yeah. All right. Today we're doing more of that thing. The auto publisher LS CD robot. Have the camera up for it this time. So yeah, thank you. Also, thank you at the end of the stream for talking all the time. I always do that anyway. So yeah, I think we just continue from yesterday. Oh, I'll show you this. Boop. All right. So this is Bigus Kappas. This is the 60 volt one. So you'll notice under the chat that you can't see. This. Okay. Okay. Kinda. You'll see that bend. So I've already reformed it up to 30 volts today. This is the 50 volt run now. So far it's going okay. It's not perfect, but it'll work. So yeah, I'm watching that. I realized I could just bring up the thing on the other computer. I don't have to point the camera at the monitor because, you know, web page. So yeah, that's what is going on in the background. I think that's pretty much it. So yeah, let's get started. Biggest Kappas. Kind of release the magic. If you're gonna go that far, you gotta take it all the way. Is it gonna release the Wagix woke? I don't know. Anyway, feels like 5 seconds doesn't count for natural lulls. Yeah, but it has to be pure silent, like no ambient fan noise, no AC, no typing, nothing. Like pure silent. Did you? No, the current limiting resistor's in. Yeah, I did, dude. I did that. I also reformed the 15 volt cap once more this morning just to see what it did, and it was fantastic. So yeah, yesterday that worked out well. Doubles as dead air alarm. Like totally dead air. I mean, that's exactly what it is. It's full dead air alarm. Apparently I can't watch more than 5 seconds at a time from the train. Oh, okay. Ben needs the rain alarm. All right, see you, Ben. Yeah, okay. Let's move on over to the work computer. Alrighty. So yeah, that's what I'm working on today. I don't know what this is. Wait one moment. I just realized I don't remember what I left up over there, and I don't want to have that on yet. Okay. 1 second. It's just remote desktop. That's fine. Okay. Close, 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 close. And chat. Excuse me. This will be good now. Okay. Boom. All right. What happened to Firefox? Oh, I intentionally ran the cap reformer in Chrome because I wanted to be able to click Firefox without having to worry about opening that. And then I realized I could just put it on another desktop, and apparently I had this set up to not show the applications from every desktop. I'm just going to bring this program over here. There we go. Now I can change camera angles more easily. Okay. One moment. Just setting up some things I didn't think of beforehand here. Alrighty. Okay, so we left off yesterday attempting to rip the curvature of space. That is the software, nope, audio CD with the blue book that is blue, and it wasn't working. And it wasn't working because the USB interface of this seemed to be running like poo. So we're going to try and rerun this now that I have connected it directly to the computer and see how it works. First problem I want to make sure that we don't run into, though, eject dev sr2. I want to make sure, yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay. Drive order is wonky because it was plugged in to USB before it was powered. Huh. Okay. If I just unplug it and plug it back in, what'll happen? Let's find out. Okay. Eject -T. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, that's the correct order now. Okay, problem solved. Whew, that was close. Okay. Alrighty. Just trying to, okay, yeah, we run disk rip S settings APLS-W and go, and then it will launch the web interface. Boom. Pull this up over here. It calibrates it over there. It's all good. And then it's not 23, it's number 1. No. That would be annoying. And yes, I do get the reference. That is one of those things that's stuck in my brain forever. And it's not even that important. Like, it will just always be there for no good reason. I just wanted to have that up so I can make sure that it doesn't accidentally go to rain mode when I don't want it to. A generation will never forget that mnemonic, yeah. That you had to know for all of 12 seconds. Alrighty. Or, and hear me out, just have paper. Which back in, what was it, like 1998? I don't remember what the release year is. Would have still been, you know, commonplace. All right, curve, but with good USB. Go. Yeah, Diego, it's happening site-wide. It has nothing to do with what I did. So normally, a specific game will sponsor Twitch, and then when people watch someone play that game, they'll get the drops or whatever. So it's a symbiotic thing where people watch the game so they can get things for the game, and then that gets Twitch to have more viewers. I don't know why Duolingo's just shotgunning it site-wide, though. It's kind of weird. All right, so the console output down here will give us information about what it's doing. Promoting AI slop. I think I do remember hearing that they like fired all their people to just use Google Translate as the back end, didn't they? I don't remember how far they went on that. All right, what are we doing? Well, it should first fail to... oh, curve with good USB, okay. It should first fail to do a MediaBrains query. So they fired a bunch of people and are learning a lot more in AI, yeah. It is annoying. Yin going pretty well. It's a rain day today, so if you see rain, that means that I got rained out. It'll make sense if it makes sense. Just give up on Music Brains. Please don't. Should we just disable it for
Ellen
now?
Croft
Like, I don't.
subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 35 months, currently on a 7-month streak. and says, did you see the lost Ratchet and Clank game that was found?
End of line.
Thank you, Helicroft, for the tier 1 sub and for 35 months. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. I see that in live. I'm going to guess it was like a Nokia phone game or something. I don't know exactly what it is. Let me just mute my computer. Skip to like the middle of the video where I presume they'll be showing gameplay or something. Nope, I'm getting an ad for newspapers.com. Actually, oddly relevant. I would pay for newspapers.com if I could. It was never supposed to be released. Oh my gosh. Dude, the ads are so bad on this video. Oh my, wow. They left automatic ads on and they're all over. Why are there a bunch of photos of PCBs in here? I thought this was supposed to be a video. Oh, there it is. Yep, okay, phone game. Wow, okay, the ads are just absolutely brutal on that. Holy moly. Newspapers.com mentioned? Yeah, I got an ad for newspapers.com when I tried to play the video that Helencroft linked. Also, Digital Ice Age, while you're here, previously you sent an invoice, so I didn't have an address. If you can send me an address, I can finish that from yesterday. Trying to be sneaky here, but yeah. So yeah, I personally, I don't really care that much about phone games. That's like saying, oh yay, we found the lost reskin of Candy Crush from Shrek 3. It's like, it's all just marketing garbage. Like no one, it does not actually matter. Nor why every other YouTuber who doesn't uBlock has premium. See, I think on this computer I don't have ads block on here. I thought I did, just so that I wouldn't get like bad ads. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I don't use premium. Although I will admit, I was almost slightly tempted to get YouTube Premium when they announced the 4x video playback speed. Because there are an unfortunate number of videos that I watch where I'll go, oh, I forgot to put it on 2x speed, and then I'll realize it's already on 2x speed. And, like, I don't know. I think at that point I should just download them and, like, play them back in my video editor, like, or something. I don't know, man. Like, the 4x speed's like, now you're speaking my language, but that should just be a regular feature. Although I will say, they don't just short you frames when you play back video faster. If you watch a 30 frames per second video back at 2x speed, it plays back at 60 frames per second. So, treat YouTube Premium like I treat a Netflix subscription. I can totally understand that. I just have 0 subscriptions. Other than unavoidable ones, like I pay Google for my email because I want a custom domain and also not to be blacklisted. I pay for Amazon Prime because I'm pretty sure every time I've ever run the numbers, I come out ahead on shipping costs and free games. And then, is that it? That might be it. I can't think of any other ones. 4x Expedia 240 hertz monitor. Use YouTube on multiple devices. Can I use ad blocker? So I don't use ad blockers on anything anywhere. I thought I used it on this only so that I wouldn't get inappropriate ads shown on here, but apparently not. Okay, rip speed. Dude, why is it still so slow? Maybe it's just this disc. Let's throw in Foo Fighters and see if it is faster on that one. Maybe there's something about this Blue Book disc that it really hates. Okay, Foo Fighters going in. Because seeing how it handles this Blue Book is the next test that we have to do. So, Foo. But good USB. This was supposed to be the folder of rips that was clean, and now it's garbaged up again. Cannot fathom going into modern web without any ad block. It's actually not that bad once you really curate what websites you go to. And Swarm, it helps that I run Linux. So the typical things that would impact a Windows user don't bother me. Flarespire, YouTube has a sleep option now, so if you know you're going to fall asleep, you can just set a timer for like 1 hour and then it will stop playback, which is the weirdest thing to add in. Like, I don't even know. All right. Yeah, that's trucking along. So 150 versus, well, it's already past it. 165, 167, 170. There we go. Just cannot stand modern ad tech. Yeah, you also don't use Windows? Okay. I mean, totally ads are relevant. Like those Hero Wars ads where they tell you that you need 155 IQ and you only have 2 moves to pull 3 pins out of a linear puzzle. It's totally a good ad. Definitely, makes you think. Don't know how long it's going to take. All right. Thank you, Med. Mess up circadian rhythm. Yeah, I won't judge for sleeping to videos or audio, music, anything. I mean, I personally wouldn't want the screen on, but I'm apparently a hypersensitive to light when I sleep. I'm actually thinking about getting an eye mask. I've looked into them. Not all of them look terrible though. But yeah. So I guess it's just that Blue Book disc. Check DM. All right, I'll do that after stream. I don't really want to do PayPal stuff on stream, but I'll do that after. So I'll leave the notification on red. Find IMAS really uncomfortable. Yeah, that was a part of it. Why they all seemed awful. Modern news website, someone else's iPad, top and bottom, sidebars, autoplay, ads in the middle, articles. Gosh, I understand how people put up with it. Yeah. Majenko, to answer your question that you had asked, let me put it this way. UseVia has never seen one of these keyboards before, or at least the Keychron website hasn't. It's UDEV rules file. Yeah, that could probably be it. Installed blackout film on your Windows last week. I have a blackout curtain. Yeah, I don't have UDEV rules. That sounds like it could be important. It worked a little too well to the point where they think messed up your circadian rhythm. Ah. I have a blackout curtain. It's just become standard practice. For filming reasons, for one. So, yeah. I basically use it as blackout masking, though, because I have it pinned to the wall around the window. Okay, so Foo Fighters is already done. It's converting it into a merged bin queue, ripping it into Wave, and generating Flax. Boom. Oh my gosh, it's so nice having that work again. Okay, so we confirmed that red books work and yellow books work. So those are no problem. Foo Fighters is not going to eject because it's waiting for curvature of space. Because I launched with FIFO. Did mostly protect software boxes. That's another good reason. I have a window that I keep needing to do that with, but Doom Eternal is the only thing that's in danger and kind of meh. Nothing I can really do right now while we're just waiting, huh? Doom Eternal had a big box. It had a very big box for the helmet. No game inside because, you know, modern games are stupid. That was also the last physical PC game I will ever buy that is probably not like a weirdo indie release or something. That was it. I haven't even bought Doom Dark Ages because Doom Eternal just killed the franchise for me. Oh, yeah, UV film. I've been curious about the UV film. All right. Let's see. There's like nothing else we can work on. I just need to see how this responds over here, like with the blue book, and have it actually finish ripping. Okay, let's assume that this works, okay? So let's assume Blue Book works and it just extracts audio tracks, because that's all that I really want it to try and do, okay? What's our next objective with PyDisk Rip? Cropping the images is like a 30-second fix. It's literally one line, not even kidding. So I'm not that concerned about that. What am I missing here? What else needs to be included? Maybe I make it a little more robust. What was the problem that I identified yesterday? If a disk fails to rip, it will unload it and try to go to the next one in the queue. So I think we need an abort option for the queue. That could be a thing. Dark mode, you just go up here and click dark reader and then you disable the blacklist. Boom, problem solved. Nothing CSS. That's the last possible step. We don't want to touch any of that until we're like done. All right, bullet points on the whiteboard, remember? I mean, that's like one of them smart things. Unfortunately, someone put giant pieces of test equipment in front of the whiteboard, so it's really awkward to use now. Bootstrap and jQuery. What is this, 2012? Angular students. Good thing you have a whiteboard then. Sounds like a smart person thing. I don't know what you mean. The whiteboard, or I don't know, obligatory rewriting Rust. The core components of this aren't even in Python. They're external modules. So to support manually ripping a mini CD. I'm not sure what you mean by manually. You don't have to use the robot. The software. So Wizard Tim, you did mention that you haven't been here in a little while. So long story short, PyDisk Rip uses a configuration file to define how it's set up. So this is a single CD drive. This configuration file will work with the standard tray loading drive in my desktop right here. The file that I loaded for it for the robot has a controller defined that says use this controller driver. It's available at this serial port and it controls these drives. There's also a camera on that controller that you can see, and it uses that camera every time it loads and unloads media. Each drive is associated with a controller ID. So if you don't specify a controller, it works with a regular CD drive. So if you are just talking about like a mini CD like that, yeah, you can just put that in a regular computer drive, use it, no problem at all. It also works with Greaseweasel. You can directly queue up floppy disks with Greaseweasel. We haven't run that in a little while. I might want to make sure that it's not broken. But that should be viable as well. Because it's Python, so I just imported the Greaseweasel Python module to be able to directly call its functions. Test yet if the robot handles an 8-centimeter CD? No, it'll have problems. It aligns on the outside. It does not align in a center spindle. So if the CD is a non-standard size, it will not work. Yeah, so Wizard Tim, this is a good example here of the point of this software. So what it does is it generates output types for different stages of the rip. So the first thing it does is it takes a photo. So we get a a camera image. Then because it's an audio CD, it tries to do a Music Brains metadata request. And it fetches JSON data that contains all of the Music Brains response data. Ooh, CD stub. We can do that today. After it gets that, it rips the CD using Redumper because I have it configured to use that backend right now, which gets us a bunch of bin files for each track because Redumper is kind of weird. We get the bin file and the Q file output. Because not everything supports split track bin files like that, I then have a program that I wrote that can merge those into one bin and Q file. Then it goes to a program called bchunk, which extracts all of the WAV files from that audio CD, and then it applies the metadata from Music Brains as FLAC and creates a final output. So it does this for everything. So another example, Lego Racers was an ISO 9660 plain file system disk. So it generates the image, it makes the bin queue. This would be split. It just gets duplicated here. I could potentially try to detect that, but I'm going to not bother for right now. But it does output an ISO for that, and then it'll extract the files, and that's the path to the files. So the idea is that it will automatically derive as much that it can from any media that you put in here. So it's meant to be more than just ripping, but also ripping and verification. So write only, no read over. It's supposed to check if the files already exist. That might be broken on the Redumper one, but pretty much everything else does it. I should check that for everything, though, to make sure that it's still working correctly, because the web interface version has been a massive rewrite of the underlying code. So, but it will check if each individual one has been done or not. And if it has been done, it just skips it, and it adds its data output to move on to the next one. So it should just continuously go. Oh, you were talking to Majenko, never mind. 3D print 8 to 12. The adapter for the small CDs. Oh, that sounds horrifying. Maybe do the less weight on that end of the tray properly or something. No, they're just like, it's... A smaller CD would just not align correctly in the hopper. It's just straight up, it won't fit correctly. All right, where are we at in this rip? Come on. 675. We are 2/3 or 3/4 of the way done. 3D print a mini hopper. That would actually work. That would be fine. I could totally do that. I'm not, because I'm never going to rip mini CDs, because, like, they're drivers for things from China. That's it, basically. That was not a popular distribution method. So I'm not going to bother with that in a hopper. Just rip those in the regular trays directly.
Aleratec gifted a tier 1 sub to an enormous. They have given 22 gift subs in the channel.
End of line.
Majenko, thank you for the gift sub there. AJ Slim, I'm not saying I want to preserve them or not. I'm saying probably everything that's on them was available on the internet anyway, but also this is not the way to do that because there's just not enough of them. I really wish this wasn't taking so long. Okay. Any other C? We should probably try and do driver, actually. This is mixed mode. Just gonna pop that in there. Let's see what happens. In theory, it should be able to extract the ISO and the other thing. Okay. Driver Good USB. Go. It'll put this in the bottom drive. She wanted to back up GameCube games. I don't know about you. I can't afford GameCube games anymore. So at most I'd be ripping like 10, maybe 20. I don't know how many I actually have. So that wouldn't be that bad to do fully manually. GameCube games just went straight to ridiculously collectible. I'm just glad I had the forethought to buy Kirby Air Ride years ago. That put it on flash, just make a USB driver, yeah. As far as you tested, well, I mean, that's kind of I'm going through the big ones right now, so I know we've ripped Pokier, so I'm less concerned about that. The driver disc that I just put in is the other big one, so we'll see what that does. This is the one that blew up the DVD drives, so this is a good test. So it's trying to get a music DB entry, but it won't. Actually, you know what? KDE CDDB source. Or you know what? Configure? Yeah. Where is it getting data? KDE documentation. Okay. Because I put driver in with it, and it found the disk and tried to read it, and it found CDDB data. Like, okay, driver PC, I don't think this will be the audio CD one, or I'm at least not going to click it because it's trying to rip it in the background or whatever. So I want to know what their CDDB source is, because it worked right now. These super specific drives read GameCube games? Yeah. Or will these drives just do it? I actually don't know if these drives will do it. I don't have a GameCube game here to test with. PC Mac discs or UDF? No. They're hybrid ISO 9660, which is just the devil's file system. Driver is still not going. Okay. FreeDB, distributed, blah, blah, blah. CDDB page for instruction how to configure. CD database. Okay, hold on. CDDB retrieval. FreeDB.org. Okay. FreeDB.org. GNU DB. Maintain free access to GNU DB. Wait. Oh, well, that's bad. This is broken now, by the way. They changed how this works, and you can't use it anymore. Yeah, it's now possible. Yeah, you have to submit like email addresses or some weird nonsense that nothing supports. Like my CD ripping script that's on GitHub used GNU-DB, and it worked for a long time. And then they broke it, which was one of the driving factors for me to write PyDisk rip and change to Music Brains. Something to test tomorrow. Knows redump has DB entries for those. I mean, again, it's not like critical. I only tested a PS3 game because I happen to have it here for a video where I was saying it was a bad thing to rip in this. It's a shame it's not easy to rip them in Wii U, but it is going to be a cakewalk to rip in an early Wii. So, well, AJ Slim, you're thinking of a DVD. Only DVDs are UDF. I mean, Blu-rays probably are too, but whatever. Nothing came distributed on DVD or Blu-ray. Yeah, a Wii is just going to be the superior way to do that. I mean, it's not like actually good at it, but it will just be the better way. Because GameCube is mini DVD, so it's not like there's weird metadata or something. It's not wonky like a GameCube GD-ROM or whatever. So yeah, I'm not convinced of how this works here. Like, I don't feel like I learned anything. Enable Music Brains. It's not Music Brains because Music Brains doesn't have driver. I will put when this disc gets ejected, I'll put it in this computer drive and then I'll show you what it looks like because it totally finds the CDDB info and I have no idea where. Like, maybe is it in settings? CDDB audio CDs. Oh, hold on though, but maybe names. Blah 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 blah. Wait, there's a settings page. Where do you get this? Configure. Blah 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 blah. CDDB. Where is it? Where? General names. Okay, but where do you get the names? Maybe multimedia in general. Okay, but open the thing. Audio, multimedia. Okay, that's cool, but like, let me make it super wide? No? So it's supposed to open like a little split thing here. Why is it not? Is audio CDs the only multimedia thing? Is that what it is? Where do we get to this menu? CDDB. Audio CDs, IO worker configure. Okay. That's the exact same thing. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, dude, where does KDE get its CDDB stuff? KDE configs. Package contains configuration module, tweaking. So do I just run this? Is this a thing? Oops. KDE. Of course not. Why would it be? Use GNU DB. Oh, you know what also would make sense? Maybe they just played ball. Because I wasn't willing to play ball, but they probably were. All right, driver, BinQ, FLAC, audio. We got audio tracks. ISO 9660. Oh, it's perfect. Yes! Okay, so that's a win right there. We got data, and I saw bitmap, so that means data good. Let's make sure audio is good. There's a chance that this is horrifying CD data audio, so let's find out. Actually, it shouldn't be, because B-Chunk's smarter than that. Yeah, that looks correct. Audio is going to my headphones. Hold on. Perfect. Okay. Less custom firmware on them, knows how to handle them. Cons angular velocity, not content scramble that most commercial DVDs do. Interesting. Yeah, well, excuse me. This still has 100 megs to go. And then it will eject the other 2 discs. Because my stupid software is smart. So you change your sometimes running and make the computer reboot. Drawing too much current. Maybe. So mine's definitely not going to do that. That would be concerning. Mine has its own internal power supply. It goes to the wall, handles all that, and is very isolated from the computer. Oh, that's a thing we could work on. Okay, CD stub. You know what? Hold on. Let's do this way. Get status. There shouldn't be anything we have to pull down. So CD redumper is the only thing, and I think the only thing in that is the dumb changes to the timeout that didn't work. Get diff. Yeah. So we don't even need that because that doesn't work. Okay. Let's make a vim to do dot md. Okay. So, hold on. CD, or you know, music, brains, CD stub. Fix metadata output from music brains when it returns a CD stub. Okay, next one. Fix, or no, hold on. Let's say non. Trying to think about the best way to phrase this so I actually remember. Okay, hold on. Visual update to drive status. Make drive status text always visible, not just on title text when hovering. All right. Git add to do git commit -m add to do git push. There we go. How do you make redumper not split the file? Ah, see, that's the neat part. I didn't. I GitHub. Let's see. Wow, I'm not signed out. Crazy. Let's see, repositories, because it would be too sensible for GitHub to just let you link to it directly. I wrote my own program that I called BinCon that can merge the output files. And the reason I wrote it is so that I could MIT license it and also fix all of the issues that all of the existing bin merging tools have. So mine does preserve all other data in the Q file, whereas the other ones rewrite the Q file from scratch and just throw away anything like CD text or whatever. So mine preserves it all. And then I was also able to integrate this into PyDiskRip here and then import it as a module. I want to get it into PyPy, but that's like not a super critical objective. But then it would be installable with pip and I wouldn't need to inline it with this anymore. But at some point in the future, I might do that. But for right now, this was good enough. All right, where are we at with this? 760 megabytes. I don't like that it was 2 megabytes. Dude, been ripping it for 30 minutes. Are you kidding me? I'm sure there are commercial releases like that. I don't know, though. I think this is going to work. I think we're good, though. I would just like this to finish so that I can see what it does with a blue book. my gosh, it's so bad. Why? Dude, I swear we've ripped this disk in these drives and had it be normal. Happens when you're watching Tech Tangent stream. Yeah, it's not called a rabbit holes tangent. Try with another Blue Book disc, maybe something's release. Yeah, well, that is part of why I'm actually using this one, is because this is a weird indie release. I do have some other more commercial Blue Book discs around here. Prodigy wasn't. I think we determined Disturbed possibly. Oh, I have The Offspring. That one also ripped slow. Wait a minute. Could it just be that Blue Books ripped slow in this for some reason? So we could try this. And this, although I don't know if this is actually Blue Book or if it's just CD text. I don't remember. Why am I getting a notification? Okay. And put a timer on both. It's always timing everything. So we can see when it was added to the queue, when it started the rip, and when it finished the rip. Don't need a timer, just to do the differential math. Dude, it's really like lame that ISO 8660, not ISO 8660, ISO 8601 used colons. It's like so sad because I never want colons in a file path, like even on Unix, because in Unix I still have some weird use cases every now and then. So I always try and do that, but then it's not like actually correct. No data rate stats. Even when you rip directly with redump, you can't see it. But the way this works, it allows for times.colons? Okay. That's good to know. This software uses sub-processes all over. It's extremely multi-threaded, so I can't easily see that in the console because like all three disks would be getting ripped at once, so we have to wrap any console stuff that gets output. And then I don't think redumper actually says anything about rip speed in its output. So I'm not going to try and parse that. Additionally, I don't want any live updates in here if I can avoid it. I just want status updates. Because the idea is you're not sitting here watching this. The idea is that you just start it and walk away. Oh, with no spaces. Ugh. Or no delimiters. Okay, I don't like that. I do not prefer that. Do it yourself. Well, that's not exactly true. No, the file size roughly how big yeah, but I don't want to. I don't know why this is taking so long at the end. I swear it didn't do this before. If I hadn't trapped the other two drives with disks with FIFO enabled. Let's disable FIFO on this while we're testing. And then we'll relaunch it after it finishes this. You love no spaces, you're offended? How do you read that? It's so bad. Especially with your 010101 test. Like, ugh. Maybe I'm dyslexic, but I want delimiters in my times. It's bad enough that when I first looked at the time, I instantly thought, okay, is that American time or European time? When there's no difference. Okay, that was literally my first thought. How do you read hex or octal? I don't. I at least don't have concepts of what's the magnitudes when doing that. I read it as a string. Middle Indian, yeah. Well, if it makes you feel better, on all things except government applications, I write dates as 8601. Really need nanosecond for the rip info. Hey man, I'm just using like the timestamp output from Python and I'm not parsing it, okay? And Majenko, that's rich coming from a UK person. You measure everything in metric except for driving distances. Year, month, day, most significant to least significant. So use time.time. Unix timestamps are even worse. Big respect. I have so many issues the month, day, year. Yeah. It's awful. You get adept at multiplying 4.4. Yeah. Dude, why is this so bad? Okay, how long did this take to rip? Actually, we can look at this. So we can check the status. So time start, 13:59. Did it never finish? It had to have. Wait, am I not adding the time ended to the status file? It has to be getting added. How else is it being read? Or is it not being written afterwards? Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's look at one of the ones we did today that's already done. I might need to fix a minor issue in the code. Status. Time end. Okay. So this one wasn't finished either then. It's an order of frequency, but there's more days than months. Like, I don't know what you mean. Is it still raining in AZ? Let's find out. Here, let me just mute really quick. Yep, it looks like it. I guess I didn't have to reach over. I got the software for this. No, that's not actually a live camera view. That is a recording from this morning, though. So, yeah, it has been raining here today. It's probably going to rain all day. I'm actually a little nervous. It might tie some 2012 flooding. It's just rain with the most year in a decade. Well, based on the words I just said, maybe. Way too shaky for a mounted camera? Hey. You don't gotta do me like that. Come on. Good thing you're on the ground floor? Ha, 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 ha. It's funny you say that. I'm actually really concerned about flooding up here right now. under the squirrel acorn tree. I want to know more about this tree. It sounds like it's really fun. Oh my gosh, it finally finished. It's a miracle. Okay, what did it do? So we got a merge bin queue, 2 sessions. Okay, did we get flax? Oh my gosh, we actually got flax? Crazy. Okay, it works. It's beautiful. Ah! Let's play a flak just because I want to feel the good. Yep. There we go. Ah. Ridiculous. Check the status, yeah. So the file didn't update for some reason. There, but I can just reload it and we'll see. Status just now, and not that, this. Boom, time end. So it took, is that 43 minutes-ish? I don't know, that's some number. A long time. Many time, much time. 2 times long thing, many does. Okay, we're killing this. We're restarting it. This has disabled FIFO. We're going to rip another Blue Book disk. I think that's what we wanted to test, right? Hello, Chloe. 47 minutes. Hey, look at you, your fancy math. Just big oak tree in my neighbor's yard. Overhangs my deck. As such, the outer branch is over my head. That's where squirrels like to sit and throw acorns at me from. That's awesome. Dude, I would be out there all the time. That sounds incredible. We don't have squirrels here because, you know, when they go out under the shade, then they just burst into flames. So, you know, I'm not familiar with fuzzy critters like that. Okay. We're going to rip, what is this, Americana? Americana. All right. Start rip. All right. While this is loading, I'm actually going to go back to GitHub. GitHub. Okay. And I want to go to the Pi disk rip thing. Did anyone favorite this recently? Because that'd be really convenient, so I don't have to actually like. No, don't favorite CD ripping. It's awful. No, Bob, no. Bad. Okay, let's do this. Because then I get to be lazy and I just get to go to issues. Okay, here we go. CD stub. This is what I was looking for. Okay, here's the console output. So this is the file that I need to work with. Very appreciative of this file. So here's the issue. Let's look at this file. It's opening it with Kate on another monitor here. So this is a CD stub, but if we look at Foo Fighters here, all right, let me bring that up. Blah, 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 log, no, Music Brains, boom. Okay, so a proper Music Brains entry starts with disk information, a list of offsets, all this fun stuff, and there are multiple possible entries for the disk all throughout. They can match like different releases, different masterings or whatever. So what the different sector offsets are for here. There's lots of different things. This is meant to be about that particular album or release or whatever. So this is massive, okay? 4,500 lines for audio metadata. This, 60. So this one is closer to what you would get from CDDB. These might even be migrated from CDDB. I'm not sure. And I don't have any discs. Oh, wait, it's Forsaken? Okay, I might have this. I don't have this boxed. I haven't gotten around to it. It's probably been too long. I bet it's like $80 by now. But okay, being Forsaken, I probably have a loose jewel case somewhere, but I don't know where. Anyway, this is what Lenaheim got back when they put in Forsaken, and this is completely different. The structure of the metadata completely different. So I need to handle loading this instead of this when applying the metadata to the FLAC. Philip, I love the squirrel picture. Just chilling there, staring at you. That's incredible. So anyway, yes, we need to handle this. So that'll come after the other stuff. Americana should have got music brains data. So that should work, yeah. And it should now be ripping. So this is a blue book. How fast is it going? It's going slow. So this is going to take 40 minutes. Is that like 2x speed? Why is it so bad? Oh my gosh, Philip. That's different. Why is it not getting more data? Hey, Lenaheim. Actually, I was just talking about your CD stub thing here. Because it looks like everything is working for the most part now. So I can actually start to move on to other parts of the project. So I think I'm going to tackle your CD stub thing next. Because I was finally able to finish ripping a Blue Book disc, and it worked as well as I would expect it to. Possums are fine, they keep themselves? Okay, I would not know, because again, there are no furry critters here. I'm just going to let Americana rip in the background and see what happens while we work on some other stuff. Oh wait, if I make any changes to the code, then I'm going to reload it. Okay. We're missing squirrel pics? I mean, they're in the Discord server, so you want to do ! Discord and go to the TT Live channel, you can see it there. It's not my photo to share. Okay. Let's see. Out of curiosity, alternative CDRDAO redumper. I mean, technically, I implemented this. I haven't pushed it to main yet, so I won't mark that as done until then. Yeah, from previous project. Well, we kind of handled that with all the threaded nonsense. Okay. Okay. Do you have this disk to hand, Lenaheim? And does the software still run for you? Because I may have done weird stuff. Currently I have weird issues with the program. Doesn't like settings file. Yeah. Let me think about that. Did I may... Yeah, let's start from scratch on settings. Okay, let's do that first. Let me get it into a working state in the repository. So we'll can this. Just give up on that. No, don't do this. Okay. And then that's dead. Okay. So the main thing that is different in here right now is just the one file, get status, get diff. It's the one thing. So let's just reset it. Get reset. I thought you could reset a file. Handler. Hold on here. Media. CD. Redumper. Unstained changes. I don't know what this looks like. Get diff. No, we can't reset a file. Okay. Get checkout file. Oh, okay. Currently have it in the drive. Okay. So the first problem that you would have, why it would probably fail, is because I put in a die here if it encountered that. So that's on me, because I wanted to make sure that I got a sample of that JSON. I should have, after that, let it pass and then just not use metadata. So that's on me. But we can handle the CD stub now. So, okay, let me get pull just to make sure there's nothing that I push from anywhere else. Nope. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to do this. I assume you're using, I mean, no one else has CD robots, so you're going to be using a normal drive. Okay. Let me look at what the process is like when just setting this up for the first time. So I'm going to CD, I'm going to mkdir test CD test. Okay. So it should be disk rip -c empty quotes, and this is the default output. No, not CS. Okay, hold on. Okay, default output, DVD DD rescue, BD DD rescue. Don't know that that actually works. Wait, that shouldn't ever. That's not even a thing. It's BD redump, isn't it? Media, BD redumper. Yeah, redumper. Okay, so that could be one problem. Let me fix that. There we go. Save that. Okay. Best chicken stir fry I've ever made. Well, that's good. Okay. VM is starting. All right. Yeah, I'll try and figure this out. So I'm going to just make a fresh config file here. You'll probably want to make a fresh config file. So you can use what I'm about to do as a sample of how to do this. Okay, that looks better. Okay, so we're going to write this to a file, settings dot JSON. Okay. Vim settings, and we're going to modify this now. So our first drive is going to stay as SR0. Let's go ahead and rename this to internal. Internal. Why is this not using my good color scheme? Wait, have I not installed my vim.files on this machine? I haven't for some reason. Git clone github, or hold on, https github.com /vimrc cd vimrc install. Let's do that. Copy to the home directory. Yes. Do I want tabs? No, because I do too much Python nowadays. Okay. Now, I'll just go back to where it was. Vim. That will be a lot more readable-ish. Okay. Internal, SR0, type optical. Okay, that's all tracks. So you will want to delete the grease weasel stuff and the dummy stuff probably. So we'll just wipe that out. That will leave one optical drive in the list, which is what we want to see. Okay. Controllers, normally you won't have any controllers defined, so we'll just go ahead and wipe all of the controllers out. Not specifying that is totally fine, although we do need to have the curly brace there. Okay. Web port IP, that's all good. Media handlers, so the default ones should be acceptable as long as BD redumper doesn't try to run anything, but it shouldn't, so they'll be fine. Okay, output, I will recommend you use an output folder. Watch folder can be null. It'll use the folder you're in, or you can make it a hidden folder. So I'm going to make it .input. That way it's hidden, and we'll leave FIFO disabled because we're going to only define one drive, so it won't even matter anyway. Okay, so I'm going to do that. Now I'm going to relaunch the software. I'm going to specify settings as the file instead of blank quotes. And then I'm going to add -W. Okay. Expecting property name and close. Okay, so I messed something up. Hold on. Line 12. Okay. 12. What did I mess up? Web. Oh, this already had a thing I just needed to do. That. Okay. There we go. All right. So back to this. And this is now fresh. So I'm going to grab the driver CD and we're going to rip that because that'll put it in the drive so I can show you guys how it gets like CDDB afterwards. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm holding the thing. I'm just going to type driver and then I'm going to start rip. Okay, it has ejected the tray. I'm putting the disk in and then I'm closing the tray fully hands off. Leonheim, I'll post this config file for you on Discord after this works if you want, so that you have a known plain starting point. Okay, so it should start to rip it here. Yeah, Lena, what I should probably do is have a examples folder in the repository with some config files for like examples of how to set stuff up normally. So it has started ripping now, so I'm going to go over to the folder. So we're in here, and this is test. So output is driver, and it is ripping a CDR-DAO bin queue here. So that's working exactly as we would want. It's already done the ID query stuff. So here, let me just show you. This is what KDE shows for the audio CD portion of this. It knows exactly what all of the tracks actually are. It's crazy. I would love to know where it's getting this. Maybe it is just CDDB, and like I said, they're playing ball. I don't know. Okay, it looks like this is going to work, so I'm going to post this for you in Discord. So, PyDisk rip example settings file for plain CD ripping. There you go. Make a directory for the output comes from the other day, noticing all the rips to... Noticing it made all the rips to one location. Make directory for the output. I'm not sure what you're talking about. If you're talking about the output directory here, output, all of the rips are folders that have subfolders with the different media or data output types. So this is the final path where they would go. You could specify this anywhere you wanted. The watch path is where it puts JSON files that describe what you're ripping. So this is the data that you submit through the web form. And the way that it works is it watches this folder for any new files, and any new files that show up there, it loads this information, then starts that rip. The JSON files. So the JSON files are the watch folder. That one's different. Yeah, I'm not sure what you made it meaning by it makes all the rips one location.
200 TE watch path is when it needs to pause for a tick.
End of line.
Is that like a watch pun and a like tick clock thing? I'm not getting it. Sorry. TikTok watch. Okay. And it's already finished ripping it, and it has ejected the CD. So it'll say queued for removal. Boom. It's idle. You're free to put the next disk in and then tell it what it is. All right. So that's how that process works there. Okay. So I did fix one minor thing. We can commit that. Let me close here. Go up, git diff, okay, git commit. Commits a Discord link to work by opening in a browser rather than default Droid app that ignores it. Oh. oh, okay, that's weird. I don't know, huh? Git commit dash am fix default Blu-ray rip. What do I even call these? Handler. I think you had the watch files all dropped into a relative location the other day, unless you completely misunderstood. Maybe, because I'm not following. I can't connect it to something that happened. Git push. If I remember correctly, this automatically goes to Origin Web, right? Yeah, okay. Good, I don't have to worry about any of that. Alrighty. What next? So let me know if that works, Lenaheim, like that, and then I'm going to start on the CD stub stuff. Try and figure that out. All right. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to test that myself, so we'll just hope for the best. So CD. Okay. So... All right. If it's a CD stub... Oh, it returns none. It doesn't quit. Okay, so that should have continued at least. Or no, press enter to continue. Yeah, that's going to break it. It won't like that. Okay, so that was the problem there. Self log, CD stub, MB CD stub. That is the file output MB CD stub. Okay. Okay, but I want to write it to this probably instead. What phone? It's humble bundle nonsense. Okay. So we're outputting data data JSON. Yes, okay. So what we'll do is in the FLAC file, we'll check basically the same thing if disk or if CD stub, and then we can compare against it. Okay. So I'm going to do it this way. Right. It's result. Yeah. Okay. Print. Warning. Music brains returned a CD stub, which is not as good as a full entry. We'll just go with that. Okay. Trying to follow along previously made backups of all your optical media. Lost most of it due to a damaged radio array. Ouch. Hopefully it wasn't... hopefully the media was still good. Okay, so let's leave that. And then, yeah, we're going to do the same thing here in the FLAC output, because the FLAC's the only thing that actually uses music brains. So data handler wave, because that's what generates FLAC, because I'm an idiot and I named them for what they input, not for what they output. That's one regret I have here. May rerun the archiving? Okay. Ooh, I just kicked the tray. Let's not do that. Sorry, drive. Good thing this is not a important drive. Ooh, some good back popping. All right. So this JSON data, file load, blah, blah. If metadata is not none. Okay, and then if metadata is none, it's just unknown artist, unknown album. So running rain 10 can be corrected beyond repair by baseball being thrown at the drive stand. Sorry, I just like the idea of like, look at my redundant drive array, and then all of the drives get destroyed at once. I'm sorry. Uh, got 3 of the drives. Ouch. Oh man. Okay. So the main things we need are the track names. So it's JSON data. That doesn't get loaded anywhere else. If metadata is not none, then data waves, and then where are we getting track names here? Let's close this. Guess what? You killed both Stripe 1 and the backup. Wait. Looks like it's ripping the disk. Awesome. Glad that I don't know what fixed it, but I'm glad the settings file maybe helped. Possibly the BD redumper thing. I don't know. That might have been broken. Stripe 1 and the backup. I'm not... Maybe I don't understand how RAID 10 works. Because RAID 5, you should be able to... You could lose any one... Oh, RAID 10 is weird. Okay, so I like to think of RAID... Yeah, if I remember correctly, RAID 10 is basically 2 RAID 5s. Is that what it is? So if you lost the parity... Well, you should be able to lose 3 drives on a RAID 10, I think. Yeah, RAID 10 is 2 RAID 5s that are RAID 1, right? So you should be able to lose 3 drives and be okay. RAID 1 of 2 RAID 0s. Oh, well, in that case, no, you're screwed. Oh, well, yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. Which is the one I was talking about then? Where it's RAID 1 of 2 RAID 5s. You don't have parity in RAID 0, though. 50? This is why I hate RAID numbers. I just prefer to think of it as parity drives. So RAID with N parity. Why is that 50 and not 15? Because RAID numbering's dumb. Okay, data, wave files, tracks. Okay, do I pull out track data here? Okay, I do. All right. So here is where we can determine whether or not, find matching release, okay. This is where we can determine whether or not it is a CD stub. So we'll do from this. Does get work on, I'm just gonna, you know what, I'll just test it with a regular CD data. Does get work on a regular dictionary, or is it result some kind of weird thing? I think it's regular dictionary, because later on we sneeze. Ugh. Ugh. Wish I could mute. Sorry. Built his fast drive backup. Only dumped the disk rips because it was RAID. Ah. DB boosted your ears. I'm so sorry. Bass boosted sneeze. Oh, gosh. Let's see. Thankfully, clouds are soft fluffy. Baseball bats have no effect yet. Okay, apparently I need a muting solution here. Okay. In theory, I should be able to do this over here. I don't have like an easy mute button, but I can do this. Okay, I like that too much. I'm not gonna. I can't reach for the mouse when I need to sneeze though. When I gotta sneeze, it's like this is happening now. It's like I'm not gonna be able to click mute. But oh well. We'll try. I'll leave it there. We'll see what happens. All right. Back to this. If data JSON has the if this, then boom. And we're going to go ahead and move this into other stuff. So tracks, let's go with artist equal this. Boop. Adoop. Okay. Use the image shall be putting up emergency stop buttons around the office except emergency mute. Yeah. Where does that come from? So it's a recording that I made this morning when I got to the office. So, bet the camera's feet hurt from staying so in one place. Something like a pedal. I could. I mean, if I could do a pedal, I could do a lot more, because that would mean that I would have an API for my thing. So I use actual hardware for controlling my cameras and audio, and I can network control it. So I have a program that can network control it. So I just click this button to mute the mic or not. But I haven't like figured out how this works, and I haven't reverse engineered it to be able to control it myself. The rain's gonna last all weekend, Neo Dragon. It's a hurricane remnant that's blowing over, so it's gonna be here for the weekend. Okay. Oh, date. That's the last one. Okay. Album. Why does it sound like I'm calling for a chipmunk? Okay. I'm gonna pull that, put it there, grab this, put it there, and then year equals this and that. Okay. Is use Blackmagic. Oh, they are black. That's an ATEM and Blackmagic Intensity Pro. Blackmagic Cinema Camera 4Ks. So yes, it is all controlled through Blackmagic stuff. Run a wire grid off the ceiling you can pull to make it mute like on a bus. Oh gosh. Tech changes Weather Channel soon, yeah. All right, so we'll just need to get the equivalent to this from the other thing. Okay, tracks, recording title. That's not gonna work because this is different. Track list title, not recording title. All right. Does someone want to do some fancy Python nonsense here? Is there a map horribleness that we can do that would be like take this and then only have it output this part? So I get a list of this stuff? Or am I going to have to do a for loop? I'm not exactly sure what the Google query would be for this. Python, no, hold on. Python map get key from enlist. This is not gonna, no. Map function, old sequence. Okay, let's just look up Python map. No, W3 schools. This. Oh, but map, this map. I keep trying to read Swarm's message so I have the guitar riff stuck in my head instead of Dora the Explorer here. Okay, function, iterables, okay, arg, wait, there's no example. Okay. So what's the, fine, I'll look at Geeks for Geeks. Syntax, okay, hold on. Well, this may also work. Int. Okay, so it's a function. So what I want is, how do I lambda function? I think isn't it something weird like, oh gosh, how do you do this? I swear I have an example here, or was that, no, that's JSON. Oh, no, JavaScript, that's it. Okay, I'll look at your link. Hold on, boom. I would just like to lambda a function right there, which I swear is a real English thing that makes sense to say. Okay. Wait, you have to have a command called lambda? Weird. Okay. Alrighty. T. And then we just return T. Oh, wait. No. We have to do this recording title. That's it. So that, and then tracks I, and then boom. That's maybe correct. Aw, yeah. Alrighty, so let's do this, and then replace it with nothing, and then hope for the best. Okay. You know what's weird about Fat of the Land? I had to force myself to like Fat of the Land, because it's very different from the earlier albums. And I prefer the raw techno of the earlier albums. So there was one time where I just decided I'm going to make myself like Fat of the Land, and I just listened to it on repeat until it clicked. And eventually it did, but it took a little while. I mean, Narayana is a good example of a weird song. Like, that really doesn't fit in with any of their other stuff. Out of the other way around, since Fat of the Land was your first Prodigy albums, I can see that. I could see that being a harder direction to go, even. Because Fat of the Land was much more, I'm going to call it culturally relevant. It was much more mainstream. Like, you start out listening to Experience, so you just hear raw, like Casio piano, followed by raw Casio strings, followed by raw Casio bass guitar. Like, it is not, I mean, I don't think it's actually Casio sound effects, but I'm saying they're like pretty bare bones samples. Jilted Generation not long after is also very hooked. Well, Jilted is my favorite album. Well, oh man, I want to say that, but then there's Invaders Must Die. They're close. I don't know. I'm gonna give it to Jilted just because I like the older stuff more. But Invaders is, man. Purely the part with the Prodigy now, right? Yes. Yeah, so what I was talking about the Casio stuff is Your Love. It starts out do 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 just plain piano, and then the strings kick in, and then do 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 with the guitar, and then really kind of actually clipping, overdriven drum sound effects. Like it's not great as far as the production, but like they made it themselves as far as I'm aware. It's pretty good overall. What am I doing? Oh yeah, this. Making music on a budget. Yeah. Well, if you want Prodigy on a budget, then you listen to Always Outnumbered, Never Outgunned, which I don't. So, okay. So we want CD stub, track list, title. So CD stub track list will be the. Wait a minute. Where did tracks come from? I think I have messed something up. Tracks equal. I have messed something up. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to PyDoScript. Early was mid to best. Early. Yeah. Okay. I think I know what you're saying. Yeah. I don't really like Day Is My Enemy and No Tourist. I haven't given No Tourist a really fair shot yet. I have not actually listened to it end to end. It's just every time I start listening to it, it kind of has the same problems as Day Is My Enemy, and I just get bored. Alrighty, where's the tracks? Oh my gosh, how out of date is the non-web version? Holy moly. I need to get this merged back in. Jeez. It's pretty bad. I do like how literally no one has tried to defend Always Outnumbered, Never Outgunned. I think I'm mostly alone in hating it. It's probably not many people's favorite Prodigy album, but I really dislike it. Maybe in the early ones, Swarm, but the later ones were sequenced on a Roland W30, which is almost more impressive because, man, that thing sucks to work with. Ask me how I know. Oh, I'm looking in the wrong area. That's why nothing is here. I want... Oh, you're talking about a different artist. Okay. All right. Yeah. Hate is such a strong word for happens to be entertainment. That's fair. Like, I hate country music. I dislike Always Outnumbered, Never Outgunned. You're right. If hate is like the maximum completely unacceptable, okay? That you're right. That is true. I should not describe any of the Prodigy. I would listen to any of the Prodigy over country music. So you're correct. The comfort nature because it's all the same. I need the tracks output. Come on, where is it? Vert wave. Disk ID tracks, release track list. That's all I need. Oh, we get the release. So release equals medium, and then we get tracks from release. Okay. So maybe we just do this. Okay, that'll work. And then if it's a CD stub, which we could do LF, the stupidest, weirdest expression indicator. Thinking of the Eagles, they're fine. It's okay. The only song I could think of by them is The Song, so that's not like I'm not well versed. And I will say The Song I don't use in the way that a lot of people use it for. That's not my acoustic sample song. I prefer Sirius by Alan Parsons. Solving a problem with the VM now testfully, hopefully anything. Excellent. I'm getting close to the CD stub stuff maybe working, so we'll see. Now use this US layout on keyboard. Oh boy, in 12 minutes, am I going to blow your mind on my layout? I'm having a rough time with it here. What's the song Hotel California? Yeah, that. I literally could not name another song. I probably heard another song, but I can't name another song. Eye in the Sky is Wife's favorite album. I, will not argue. That is a fantastic favorite album. Oh my gosh, that album, end to end, so good. Oh man. So good. I love Eye in the Sky. Okay, so CD stub, CD stub, CD stub. It is CD stub, track list, and then list. Hold on, JSON data. CD stub, track list, so that's the same. And then a list, and then it is, wait, I screwed this up. I'll go back to here. Clean file name, artist, credit, no. Wait, what is all of that I probably did not fix? Okay, I'll fix that in a second. Recording title, that's what I need. Why? Are you guys seeing this, or am I losing my mind? Why are the letters changing as I select them? Life in the Fast Lane? Okay, that's not a bad one. That's better than Hotel California. Okay, there we go. I horizontal scrolled and now it's fixed. Okay. Journey of the Sorcerer by the Eagles? Yes. Oh, I forgot that's the Eagles. Yeah. Yeah, I am aware of Journey of the Sorcerer. Anyway, I would probably rather listen to the Styx than the Eagles any day of the week for something that sounds exactly the same. I will probably agree with Digital Ice Age on country there. I don't know about Outlaw, but like Johnny Cash, I don't think I've ever heard a Johnny Cash country song I didn't actually like, but I haven't listened to a lot. So, or The Doors. To me, The Doors is Riders on the Storm and nothing else because I have no experience with The Doors. So they don't sound like anything else to me. And Riders on the Storm is obviously because it's the Rain song. Okay, CD stub, track list, and then just title. That's all I need out of there. CD stub, title, artist. Well, there is no year. That sucks. Oh, that's really awful. You don't get a year on a CD stub. Yeah, and it's Need for Speed Carbon PSP for me. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Also, actual Need for Speed Carbon for PC, I believe that's where Spider-Bait's Black Betty was. Man, I am so mad that that still doesn't have a vinyl release. Dude, so good. Interesting association. It's because it was in the soundtrack. Okay, artist is just artist.
Subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 42 months. And says life, the universe, and Shelby.
End of line.
Jade Potts, thank you for the 32 plus 8 plus 2, 42 months there. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's a lot of months. All right. So year. We're not going to get a year. I'm going to put 0 for the year. I don't like it. But I'm going to have to not break everything else. So that's just going to have to do. Okay. Unix start date. I mean, isn't that also 0? No, see, because it's music, I feel like the Unix start date is actually a bad choice. Because with music, it could be way before that even. Like, I don't know it offhand. Like, I think this is an album that I could actually rip that would predate, oh, September 1970. No, not quite. I thought Paranoid was 60s. But yeah, like, there are albums that you could rip that would definitely be before Unix start date. Isn't Year Zero an in album? It is, but this is the literal ID3 tag for the release Year Zero. There's no good source CD or someone wrote it down. No, it's the creditation date for when the album was released. And that's what it is. So, no, there's no metadata in the CD for that. But in a full Music Brains release here, you'll see like 1997 for Foo Fighters' Color in the Shape. That's what I'm looking at. And it is something that someone wrote down. That's how all of the metadata aggregation services work. Literally monkeys with pencils. Okay, here we go. So artist, and then wait a minute. Why is it in here twice? Data wave 1. Oh, that should stay there. Okay, no. Leave data wave 1. Right? Data wave. I think it's a path, so let's just leave that alone. Okay, modify this artist. And then this should be year. And then, why was it weird though? Is that the same as? Yeah. Okay, whatever. Oh, I bet I was doing that because I didn't want to do this string. Although, if it's an F string, I think it'll automatically make it a string. And then album. Album. Still feel like I'm calling out for a chipmunk. Okay. Control S. It's like the compilation disc in Eastern Europe. Nothing there makes sense. Well, I mean, still, there would be a year that was first sold. That's what it is. I mean, CD. I have some CDs where I was not able to determine the year. Oh yeah, that's definitely going to happen. What will 100% happen? Yeah. Like I would not be surprised if German drinking songs here. If I could never figure out what year this came out, it would not surprise me in the slightest. Let's see, is there a copyright date on it? Nope. Yeah, nothing on this piece of paper. There are no dates associated with this. So I feel pretty confident that we would have to guess or try and look up through magazines or something, because there is nothing on here. Yeah, that's what I'm agreeing with you. There's no year on this anywhere. There is nothing. So I have literally no idea. What's the UPC? Numbers. I'm not reading it out. I don't care that much. But I'm saying someone would have to connect that to other information from somewhere else. It is not on here. As opposed to, say, Invaders Must Die says copyright 2009 on it. A lot easier. 1994? Really? With artwork that looks like that? And that? Still, though, I don't know where they got that information because it's not on this. So a catalog or something. That's what I'm saying. And you'd have to try and look up things like that. All right, I'm going to delete the output files from Foo Fighters, and then I'm going to try and reconvert it and see what it does. So I'm just going to delete FLAC. Oh, there we go. And I'll just run, again, foo but good USB. So you're trying to think of any commercially released music that uses psychoacoustic wide stereo. You mean just slightly phase offset stereo? Okay, see what this does. In theory, that's not good. Well, it's going to put a blank disc in there, which it won't like. Okay. Okay, we might just have to re-rip it, which is fine, because it's not like it takes that long. Because Foo Fighters is not a wonky Blue Book disc. So this should get cranky and eject this disk. Mess the VM settings up, need to recreate everything. Ugh, I hate it when that happens. No. Ah, gosh, stop it. There, take it. I don't know. Just go away. Get out of here. Bad robot. Okay, I'm going to restart the software. And try that one more time. Odd phase shift, wide audio, yeah. Can't recall, yeah. So it's literally just a slight phase offset. That's all it is. AJ Slim, yeah, that's why I keep, anytime anyone asks me anything about this disc, I'm like, I'm not going to tell you anything about it because I'm sure it's some offensive airport garbage, like tourist bait nonsense that sounds overly stereotypically, like to the point of being xenophobic, like ridiculous. So yeah, I don't endorse this. It's just here because it was a simple Redbook CD that I thought wouldn't have CDDB data. Okay. Oh, it did all this stuff. So it didn't output FLAC. Okay, we're gonna have to re-rip. Or it crashed. Hold on. Convert bin queue to wave. Okay. Wave to FLAC. Conversion no worky. Okay, so it broke. Okay. All right. I'm going to use the internal drive for this to save us some time. All right. And now I will show you the secret. The keyboard I've been using the whole time. This is what I've been using all day today so far. This is not a review or anything of this. That is going to be an upcoming video, but it's also not going to be the complete thing. This is a prototype atomic keyboard. So this is not one of my Dasher keyboards. This is all new. And it's kind of awesome. So this is partially blocked by chat. This is the keyboard from the PCs and Severance. Do you see a trackball there? But it can have a trackball. Just have it in the other room. You have a different plate that you put on there. Seen this picture in the email today? Yeah. So it is a recreation. So I'm actually helping the people who are working on this get some of the dimensions a little more accurate to the real Dasher. That's why I have a prototype here so I can compare it. And I'm going to be making a review video of this prototype so that people can get an idea of what's coming up with this. This was a Kickstarter. The Kickstarter is over, but you can still late back it, which I didn't even know was a thing. I will say right now, you should read the FAQ if you want one of these, and I am serious. So, especially if you're in the US. But so far, it's pretty darn sweet. And I think it's really cool. Really, really cool. So yeah. Link, just search Atomic Keyboard and you'll find it. But yeah, so that's what I'm using right now. The layout, though, is what's weirding me out. So This side of the keyboard is not Dasher right now, and that's kind of a problem because it is using the Severance layout. What switches? So it's hot swappable. You can put whatever switches you want in it. This prototype came with Gateron Blues, but I don't know what the final ones are going to be. But the prototype here has Gateron Blues. Again, this is going to change, but it is hot swappable. So yeah, you can put whatever you want in there. But yeah, so I'm working with them on it, and I'm not really doing a whole lot here, to be clear. It's their project. I'm just providing them some measurements. So yeah, it's that's what I'm using right now. So I'm getting some seat time with it like this, and then I'm gonna put it in severance mode because it has. I should do it this way. By the way, this milled aluminum. This thing weighs 14 pounds. It has a plate that comes off, and you can swap this. Why did that die? That's weird. No, my name probably won't be in the credits. I assume it won't be. I have no idea why the video just cut out on that. Oh, it switched to the wrong input. There we go. Anyway, has a plate that comes off. The numpad is a module that you can swap out. That's where the trackball goes. So yeah. Yeah, I'm just providing them specifically for this panel and layout, some reference measurements for the original Dasher stuff. No, I don't run anything on battery except for the microphones. Maybe it's be named engraved. No, no, it shouldn't be. But yeah, I mean, special thanks section. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not contributing massive amounts to it, but yeah. How long can your new mics last? I have not run one out yet, but by the time we end a 4-hour stream, the light will be yellow on the battery indicator. So, use a trackball full time is incredibly tempting. Okay, so think about the trackball. There are no new real trackballs, as far as I'm aware. You might know better. If it's a thumb trackball, that's a little different here. They're actually making a trackball from scratch for this, which is kind of cool, but running into some little problems that they're still working through. So this one I actually had to slightly modify to make the trackball work. And they're working on that. They have a better plan for how to do it. How did they match the plastic colors? Well, they took their best guess, and then I took some high quality reference photos for them to fine tune the colors. So they have references now from my Dasher keyboard to know what the color should be. Anyway, let me bring back that view. Marble Madness size? I'm not sure what you mean. Marble Madness is a great game, though. Painfully aware, rip clearly superior trackballs. Yeah. So yeah, they're working on it. All right, let's use internal drive. That's not Foo Fighters. Where is Foo Fighters? Did I put it in the drive already? I did, okay. Color matching, so I wonder kind of spectroscopy could be done. Well, that would tell you what the chemical composition is. Pretty sure Kensington still makes... Yeah, they still make them. I think they make them. They're for sale at least. But there are... I bet that design is ancient. So... No manufacturers making new. I've used public information kiosks, fully stainless steel, anti-vandal. So, Philip, what I mean is, well, first off, yeah, but those, again, probably, I don't think that would be adaptable to this. New is a new, yeah, not recycling, yeah. So, for comparison, that PS2 keyboard that I've got that has the trackball built in, it is a standard off-the-shelf Cherry keyboard that has a trackball module, probably from Kensington or someone like that, that is just added into the keyboard. You cannot get that now, so they are making their own. So that's what I'm saying, is that they're having to do that from scratch. They have a really good plan for how they're executing it, though. I like it, and it should work. Okay, so I'm going to run the non. Did I do this in a terminal? CD test, and then yes, there we go. Okay, before I do that, I got to disable the try-catch. Anyway. Never upgraded trackballs from ball mice readers to optical readers. That's what they're trying to do here. And it's difficult. Isn't Logitech? Yes, they're still making one. But as far as I'm aware, they're still using old designs. And I don't think Logitech is going to sell them a module for this. The kiosk one is another example. I doubt that. I would not be surprised if the kiosk manufacturer that makes those ones makes their own trackball too. They probably don't sell it as a module. Because the keyboards on those are also the ultra ruggedized stainless steel ones. Yeah. Okay, so I need to wrap this so it can die. And I can see what the error is. There we go. Yeah, I'm getting the shortcuts are mildly difficult here. Oh, I don't have, or do I have tab? I don't even know now. Hold on. Why is shift tab not, because that's control tab. That's why it's not working. Shift tab, there we go. Anyway, 90% done with reinstall. Vox is not the fastest VM software in existence now. Trackball's been optical last couple decades. Definitely XY friction wheel rotary encoder. Yeah, so that's not what it is. Tough hard be having a ball made that works in an optical sensor. So they're trying to replicate the Severance one, which is nearly the hardest possible thing, gloss black. If they continue to have issues with it, I might implore them to put like something on it. Maybe an IR grid. I don't know. Yeah. Thought it was dark blue. No, the trackball, I believe, is black. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I've never watched the show. All right. Run this. Go back to here. It's just F5. Okay. Foo. Yeah, I'd rather be IR, not, blind you. Be my screen settings making it look weird from the show. I don't know. Again, never watched it. Took the 8 ball and popped it in there. It's a 50 millimeter ball. It's been a little while since I played pool. I think it's smaller. But maybe I'm wrong. It's been a long time since I've been able to play pool. Like 16 years? Long time. Mini pool, yeah. What's that one? Oh gosh. It's more snooker? Is that the one that's got the smaller ones? Same concept? Yeah, optical trackball had red dots. Yeah. They got texture as well. So I don't mean texture. They got that weird, like, glossy, like, depth to it, like my MX-18 here. It's like this has, it looks like it has texture, but it doesn't. It's just reflection. Yeah, speckle, kind of, yeah. Yeah, Philip, that's what I'm wondering. Maybe that kind of thing. I don't know what the actual LED is in the sensor. So one thing that makes it difficult is the sensor, the logic chip, the light, For all of that is integrated into one chip on modern mice. So it makes everything, you can't really customize stuff. Chloe. I assume this is ripping. I'm not hearing it. Output, foo, bin queue. Okay, that's going well. Okay. All right. Give me my error. All right, lambda cannot access local variable I. Well, why don't you make one up, huh? Stupid software needing its variables to exist. Ugh, so needy. All right, I think I can rerun it and it will do it now. So we'll try this. Foo. Start. Sure, speckled Logitech pattern. Yeah. Converting to FLAC. Oh, I think that was it. I think that was all it needed. Foo Fighters, color in the shape. Boom! I think that's good. Let me just make sure that the tracks are aligned correctly. Holy wall of sound, Batman. Yeah, that sounds right. This should be the radio part. No. Is Doll the radio part? See stuff about Audacity 4? No, I got no clue. You know what's cool? When you go into Audacity, you go spectrogram, and boom, it's way better. Man, though, if you zoom into this, it makes your CPU go nutso and render it all. There's a reason it's not the default. Probably have it set to some crazy number of bands. No, it's just default install. It's just I was using it on like a really high, like a good audio track. Anyway, yeah. Just find sense for Metroid Prime's music. All right, I'm gonna undo my change to the exception handler, and I'm gonna commit this. And then Lena, you can try and see if CD stub works, because I think that's it. I think it's implemented. I pushed it to the background and then killed it? Weird. Oh, I control Z'd and then control... I don't even know. Looks like it's dead, though. No, FG. That's what I want. There we go. Okay, CD. Git status. Okay, modified wave in CD. Git diff. Okay. So under wave, it checks if it is a disk. Or like a regular entry, gets the disk ID stuff, then does all that, adds it to this stuff. If it's a CD stub, it does the other stuff. We mark all the metadata that way, use the new variable names for building the folder path, new folder names, no track names like that. Okay, this is file name, no printing data, and then metadata name, and then file name. Nice visual audio, by the way. And the minor delay window each time you change your head. Change your hand. Who needs stereo if you can have that? I'm not sure what you mean. Each time you change your hand. Yeah, I don't know. I do automatic adjustment or something nowadays. A better resolution. Oh, that would be nice. Yeah, it sucks without that. Yeah, I was when I did the Audio Technica LP120 mod video, and I needed the really high resolution spectrograph examples for the Banjo Kazooie stuff specifically, and then just in general to show the hiss being removed because it has like a gate on it or something. Yeah, that I had to crank it up, and that made it really bad. A lot of surround effects are just phasing. Well, everything should be mono here. So I don't know what would have caused that. All right, it all looks like it's good. So I'm going to commit this. Git commit fix cd stub music brains entries git push. All right. So whenever you get a chance, Lena, try that out. Let me know if it works. Okay. What was the other problem? I marked down 2. I'm glad I did because I have absolutely already forgot the other one. Update visual drive status. That's right, the Ben update. Okay. That one's easier and only in the website. Vox too slow installing it in your workstation right now? All right. I assume your host operating system is Windows, because if it wasn't, I would recommend Vert Manager and then just using whatever it uses, because that works really well. Oh, stretch. Oh, okay. Web doohickeys. Okay. Wisdom. Yeah. Actually, hold on. I'm curious about something. Oh, man. How's the cap doing? Oh, that's a good question. I think it finished. I don't know. I don't like that. What? The power supply went into over voltage protection. God, I hate that thing. What is wrong with it? Oh, I know what happened. Okay, it finished. It's fine. Nah, it happened not that long ago by the looks of it. Okay, so what happened? Oops. I set the full scale voltage to 50, and then the capacitor or the software tried to set a target voltage higher than the actual voltage that the power supply can do, and the power supply went eek and then shut off. So it's fine. Okay, I told you I'm good. Okay, after the capacitor blew up? Okay. You know, actually, that seems like the healthiest cap in there, which is shocking since it's the biggest, which would mean it would have the largest surface area and be the most susceptible to blowing up. I'm going to reset power supply. I'm going to press local, then I'm going to reset. I'm going to turn it off and on again. I mean, why? Local reset. I can't. Error. Off. On. There. Whatever. Mallory made some good caps. It apparently is. Yeah. All right. I'm going to run it back. So, yeah, that's looking pretty good. I'm going to set the full scale to 45 volts, though. That way it can have some overshoot. Okay, setup. Kill reform, maybe? Well, I was going to think about it for a second. Yep, reform loop stop. Perfect. Anyway, the joke I was going to make after Lena was said they were using Windows, I was going to say it's a fun coincidence now. From Tron Legacy, people are going to wish Microsoft people are going to hope Microsoft does with Windows what Encom did with whatever they called it, Encom OS, and they just put a 12 on the box instead of changing it horrifically like they did with Windows 11. I really tortured that out, but I almost got there smoothly. All right, I'm going to set this to 2,000 milliamps and 5,000 milliamps. Yep, that's right. 2 amps and 5 amps. I'm talk gooder. This is the 60 volt cap. This is the verification pass. I don't like Chrome. How do you put up with Chrome? This is terrible. I want this text, but I want with a keyboard to not have to click and select it. Wait a minute. Is there any way if I press left or right arrow, it clears it? Lame. So you must click. There's no... Is there a keyboard only way? Enter? Oh, that does... I don't like pressing enter. Enter feels scary, like it's going to submit the form. Anyway, verify. 45, 220, 25. Okay, go. Now I want to rip my Ducati through the city and base jump off buildings. That's not quite right on all that data there. Let's just go ahead and do this real quick. SpongeBob predicted everything in the future would be Chrome. I didn't know they meant this. Yeah, no kidding. I would prefer that one. Enter means you're entering data. Yeah, I don't like pressing enter in text forms unless I'm actually submitting the form. The smoothest gravel path. Yeah, that didn't get that out too well. All enterprises need to be followed by a commit command. No kidding. Yeah. Return is carriage return. So that's a thing that I'm not going to push for on the Atomic keyboard. The Data General has different carriage return and new line keys, and that would be so stupid to have on a modern keyboard. This is not working well. I'm just gonna go fully restart the software. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna go this, and then I'll put all the stuff in there, and then I don't have to retype it. Oh, it's not working anyway, so that works out. Okay, now it might work. Also, there. Go. That'll work. There we go. Okay. I would like that on a modern keyboard grid with working with serial stuff. So for all 0.0001% of people who have to deal with that, they could just remap a key. Oh, that's wobbly. That is weird. What on earth? Also, those are some pretty big curves for such high current. Oh, Lena, yeah, you got to install the actual NVIDIA drivers or else it's terrible. I mean, no offense to the Novell people. Um, it's just never going to be a replacement. I applaud their effort, but it's too much low-level hardware nonsense. Custom firmware blobs, all that fun stuff that you just can't work around. I don't have to watch this, but I'm curious. Audio is very low. Not normal for the stream. Oh, you know, I did change the expander settings. Hold on, that might actually be, yeah, it is a little low. Maybe, yeah, just a little. Yeah, I'm down by like maybe 10 dB. Yeah, so I disabled an expander I normally have on because it was making it too silent, and then it would start raining, which it's a long story. So I might want to just go turn a knob real quick like. That would explain why OBS's audio filter thing always looks different from my one over here. Yeah, so I think these are, yeah, those are 1-to-1. Okay. So if this is my normal talking voice here and I turn this up a little bit, wait a minute, does this actually work? Yeah, that turns it down. So if I crank that, that's not quite enough. Okay, I'm going to bump up my gain one step. There we go. And now with talking, okay, so about, this is a lower talking voice, and this is louder. Okay, so from, okay, right there is probably perfect. We'll go with that. Okay, so that should be better. Although, when I get excited, yeah, I'm going to turn up just a little bit more. Just a hair more here so that my middle ground speaking voice is maybe a little hotter. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, that should be better. Hopefully. Okay. Hardware expander compressor went. No, I intentionally disabled a hardware expander. You missed this earlier, Dziak. If I stop talking right now and we wait 5 seconds, and I did that in case the rain ruined the stream. So the server is currently detecting if there is no audio being sent, because if there's no audio, then I've lost my LTE signal. But the compressor that was fully silencing, not the compressor, the expander that was fully silencing my audio when I didn't talk for a moment, was making that trip when it shouldn't. So I had to remove my expander, which messed with other stuff. Maybe I could just tune the expander and not have it crush the bottom end. I don't know. I'll mess with it more tomorrow morning, because when I turn all of it off, it's going to go back to the way it was before. Which means that the settings that I just changed over there that won't go back to the way it were before, going to make it really loud tomorrow if I make a mistake. If you guys want it to be just slightly louder, I can also do this. That might be better too. I don't know. Yes, that does actually change things. Okay, so I'll just leave it right there, and we'll see how that goes. Sorry for anyone I just deafened. Tune the something and something something. The stream goes down while you have rain for 2 minutes. I don't know what you mean for 2 minutes. It loops. That's not a recording, by the way. Actually, I had someone putting live camera in the parking lot. Yeah. DZX is acting like they don't know. He's currently sitting in the parking lot with the camera pointed down. All right, so we'll go with this for today, and I'll work on it more tomorrow morning. All right, what was I doing? Oh, I was watching this. Ooh, line go. Actually, that looks really good. Okay, I think that cap's going to be good. Wait a minute. I'm not going to have a reason to not turn it on by the end of the day. Used to being blasted by whatever I watch after. You know, it's so frustrating that proper volume leveling is no. This is it. This is the final cap. Proper volume leveling is not maintained. Because, like, we should be in the yellow area of the EQ. I'm now at the max top end. But that's where everybody sets their stuff. So the expectation is for it to be at the max. Like, I think I should actually turn it down just a hair here. So it ends up not being... You don't have dynamic range. This is the thing. I hate not having dynamic range. Anyway. Yeah, commercial break versus dynamic range, yeah. Not if you're soaking wet. Ugh, go away. Gross. Or using equalizer Chrome when I watch Starbase stuff. One of the streamers had high pitch whine. Ah, I can definitely see that. All right. Caps is going strong. Okay, so it was 12:32, 12:38. Yeah, it's gonna be like 5 more minutes before it's done. Uh-oh. I don't want to turn it on today, so I'm gonna do that maybe tomorrow. Set up proper camera angles, but I won't have a reason to not. Paul Guy, that is an abuse of dynamic range, yes. Frustratingly, yes. There is no reason for it. It's just to be irritating. Nearly walked out of a concert where the sound engineer was making sure the amplifiers were having the best fun by bringing all of the red lights on the soundboard. Oh, gosh. Proper dialing proper compression is indeed an art. Yeah. So that's all disabled right now for the most part. The ATEM is where I usually do that, but again, I disabled it to not have it trip over to the rain stuff. Yeah, at home it sucks. Because, you know, your fish tank's making sound, so that low level is too low. It's... Anyway, what are we doing? Oh, yeah, software dev. That's right. Okay. That map function worked. That was fun. I hate that I like that. All right, more coffee. That was all the coffee. You know, get notifications of these streams? No, Twitch notifications suck. They're awful. Just in general. So you have to like look at the schedule and then know when the stream starts. That's the only way you can do it. Emails rock solid, not mine. Yeah, no. Yeah, you just have to be on the page. Okay. We want the web page and some of this stuff. Okay. Status view.js. I don't remember that. No. The JS, not CSS. No one cares about the style. All right. Just know when he streams. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. You just look at the schedule. Caffeine had should last for the remaining 80 minutes. Yeah. You only just got one for the stream. Yeah. That is the exact problem. All right, so I need the Drive status. Yeah, that's it. I keep trying to drag these on. I swear I've never done this before today, and now I keep trying to do it. Okay, table, list. Okay, so we have the title text somewhere up here that I'm changing. Add class, status drives, tr names. ID on click, append, ID, inner text. Where am I setting the... Wait a minute. I'm not doing something weird like that, am I? No, okay. Thought I was setting... title text by CSS. Anyway, where am I setting this? Title. If title in value, drive title equal value title. Drive, that is that. Okay. So I want to make a different row and just make this text visible all the time. So the reason I need to do this is Ben pointed out that the colorblind users would not be able to discern between the red, green, yellow necessarily, and they wouldn't know when an action is needed, and that would be a problem. Because if we started a rip with this right now, let's say, okay, so I just blah, whatever, okay, actually I don't know if the software is running. I don't think it is. No, it is not. CD, test, and just run it. There we go. Start rip. Okay. So what'll happen is this turns yellow, it's looking for a disk, it's initializing, and then it blinks red. And the change in color indicates stuff. Like you're supposed to see this, no, there's something wrong, and then you hover over it and it tells you what to do. I think I should just add another row that just tells you what to do. Include some icons. Yeah, but it's different for different things. So the colors, we can add an icon as like a CSS before for the color, because the color is set via CSS. But I want the text maybe, or maybe we do the icon. Do we do the icon and then you can hover over the text to know exactly what, and then that makes the UI cleaner? Although I don't think CSS before will work on a table entry or a cell. Okay, which way do we want to go with this? So we have 4 states, and then title text. What do we think? Do we leave title text as title text? Because it sucks to see on mobile. But I think this website's always going to suck on mobile anyway, so it's not like it really matters. Do I adjust these so that they are divs inside of cells so that we can do a CSS before? And then have a icon? Oh, wait! I don't need a CSS before. Hold on, I got it. Okay, let's make an icon. Inkscape. Okay. New document. All right. File, document properties. Let's just go ahead and make this like 10 by 10 millimeters. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Okay. Okay, so I want something like a circle maybe. Okay, let's hold that, make it like actually circle-like. Okay. And then we're gonna make this a path. Okay. Object path. I think we have to delete the actual object. No. Control Z. Oh, we just, you know what? Let's get rid of the fill. That's what I want. Color, stroke, line, fill, none, stroke. Yeah, we probably don't want it to be 300 millimeters. So let's make it 1. Even that's a lot. Let's just do this. Okay, I don't know why I'm making it a circle, because it should be a triangle. So let's just delete this, and then start again. And then dot. No, that's not it. You go over the squiggle. Okay, dot, 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 dot. What? Oh, this is not what I want. No, 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 no. Where's the spline editor? There it is. Okay, dot, 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 dot. Okay, perfect. Now we take this, drag this down. This should be 5 and 1. And then this should be 1 and then 0.5. No. 1. Oh no, it's mathing. I don't want to math. Let's just do this and this. Whatever. Okay, maybe something like that. Yeah, sure. No one asked any more questions about the size. Okay. And then we do a circle. Oh my gosh, I don't know what on earth is going. Why is it like a 3D toroid? What? I don't know what's going on here, but it's breaking my brain. Let's just do this. That way it stays a circle. That, and then this time I want it to be filled, and I don't want a stroke. I mean, usually you don't want a stroke, because, you know, then, like, bad things happen. But, you know. And then a rectangle. It's beautiful. And then we round it. And then a thing falls off on my electronics bench off to the side that I'm just going to ignore. Then we do this. And then I wish that it all fit, but it doesn't. And I pull this down. And then I think, gee, that stroke on that triangle is really big. There we go. And then I think, man, that's not an equilateral triangle. And then I stop caring. And then we pull this up, but I want to make sure it stays in line. And then this should go like there maybe, and then this goes here maybe. And now I'm thinking, this is even a little small, so let's maybe grab this and this. We use shift, and then we can make it bigger. And then that's too big, and then that's too, you know what, maybe that's fine. Okay, and boom, we have one, like, hey, maybe attention please. Make perfect equilateral triangle with a polygon tool? That sounds like I'd have to think. So let's just save this and we're good. All right, save as, get Pi disk rip. Why am I getting an eBay notification? Hold on. Oh, there's a bid on a thing. I'm mildly interested in, why is this so cheap? I mean, I know some of them look like they were used to prop up one end of a toilet, but what? Hope it's SVG so you can flip colors in dark mode. Yeah, it is an SVG. That's why I did an Inkscape. Thousands of vintage tech hoarders just check their phones in unison. I don't think many people are... Well, okay, there's 8 bids. You know, I wasn't actually going to bid on this, but so far it's so cheap that I feel like I'd be stupid to not. I should take this off Wi-Fi, because Wi-Fi sucks. It's got 15 minutes, though. You know what? I'm going to set an alarm for 12 minutes, and we'll check back. Timer. 12 minutes, and we'll see. Maybe I bid, maybe I don't. Okay. PyDisk rip, web, HTTP, static, image, and then warning. Save. I bid it only lasts 3 minutes. I prefer to bid in the last 30, well, actually more like the last 5 seconds. I'll treat all eBay auctions as if it was a silent auction, because I only want to bid once. I'll bid twice if no one else has bid before the last 24 hours, because I want to make sure that the seller knows there's interest and then they don't pull it. Doohickey, all package ready to ship. Awesome. I'm excited. Philip knows what's up. Philip, I'm being obsequious for no particular reason. The thing that was missing on the thing that we both have one of that's really cool, Digital Ice Age got me one of. And now it's going to be complete. Shows professional sniper. I said silent silent auctions. I'm not a sniper, okay? That would be, people don't like that. But if I say I treat it like a silent auction, that doesn't sound as bad. Yeah, so it seems like, Philip, it's the stock one, the default one, the converter, which I didn't see any of listed or having sold recently. So I'm excited. Because I have no idea how hard it would be to get one of those, but this just seems like a good way to go. Professional sniper with a silencer. Oh, God. Okay. There's static, image, and then warning.svg. Okay. So. I want the drives, CSS, and then background, no. This. Attention. Background dash image. Right? Or is it source? I don't remember. Source, and then hold on. I don't have F12 bound. Control Shift C. Boom. Network, and then something or another. Status queue. What's the path though? Don't tell me I've individually exposed each one of these as a path. Do I not have any? Yeah, it should be in static, right? What's the thing for the, like... Linker sounds like it should be making relay click noises. Status.html. Okay, hold on. This slash static. Okay, so it'll be slash static image warning. Okay. So slash static image warning, and that's it. Okay, and then I bet this doesn't work, because why would I know CSS stuff? Okay. F5, which is unlabeled and really hard to see. Okay. And then should be URL. That sounds maybe correct. URL. And then F5. Hey, that's it. That's what I wanted. Okay, then I needed to not repeat, and then we need to fix the scale. But that's good. And then the other thing is, this is the key part where I realized this is why I don't need a before, which FFmpeg, if you run it, Lenaheim, it will tell you the Git repo is not correct. Are you looking at the base or the web one? So web, I thought I corrected it. I did not. I suck. I'm sorry. So handler, data, wave. So you need Python -ffmpeg. So it should check and then tell you if you ran it. I don't know. If it didn't tell you that, I would like to know. It also may not tell you because it is like web nonsense and not working well. Anyway, back to this. Padding left, I don't know, like 10, like 3 EM, let's say. Save, F5, boom. That's what I wanted to do. That'll work to have an icon. And then I needed to not repeat. CSS, background, image, not repeat. Copy and paste. Oh yeah, they want semicolons here. And then F5. Oh, this is going to be so good. Okay, I'm going to adjust the size of the SVG. Document properties. So that was 10, and that's too many. So let's do, can't even see the dot. So I'm going to make it like 6. How does that seem like it compares to this? That's too far. Let's go 8. That's probably too much. So I bet it's 7. Just resize the SVG and CSS. I could, or I could not. And I could just Control A and then click and then there we go. Hey, look, I made it equilateral. Yay! Save. There we go. Never mind the fact that this is squished thinner than this is now. Don't pay attention to that part. If you think about it, it'll make you sad. And being sad sucks. So just don't think about it. Look, it's perfect. Next, you're going to tell me I shouldn't pad this with EMs. I should pad it with PX.
For a Goose SCHEER, 200 do not pay attention to the streamer behind the curtain.
End of line.
Thank you for the 200 bits. He definitely isn't twitching right now. I like it. I mean, it's really hard to read. Maybe I should make this more like 2 seconds. There we go. I wish I could have it only blink the background. Linear, infinite, opacity, background. Let's see. CSS background, opacity. Can I only change that? Because that would be cool. Just use this? No, emojis are dumb. I refuse. Yeah, so there's no direct background opacity option. Oh well. Doesn't render as an emoji, but it scales so well. I mean, what's wrong with an SVG scaling? Look, that scales perfectly. Look at my elliptical exclamation point dot. It's beautiful. That's a big part of why I don't want to do it yin. I want it to be monochrome for this. I suppose I could do this. Background color. RGB A. 0, 0, 0, 0. And that might do it. That's perfect. Okay, that's actually like legible and stuff too. Yeah, that might be slightly better. Yeah, I could set the colors RGBA. I didn't want to like change the color, but this is probably the best way to do it. Oh, I set my timer for 12 hours. Whoops. I'm glad I looked at it because it's just like, that didn't change very much. There's 2 minutes left on the auction. Okay. Only the video compressor destroys it. Here, I'll zoom it in while I look at eBay. Make the background amber instead of red, but yellow is already the sign that it's working and waiting on something. Red is specifically put a disc in, essentially. And if you're using Grease Weasel, you can click on it after you put the disc in to tell it to continue. eBay, when I'm looking at an auction with 2 minutes left, now's not the time to ask if I like the eBay app and have only buttons that redirect me to a different screen. I don't know how much to pay for this. Where is this coming from? I'm going to guess it's on the East Coast because it looks like it's going to smell like mold like everything from there does. Nailed it. I don't even know how much I want to bid on this. All right, there's less than a minute left now. $2. It's already at, I'll say this, 57. I think I'm going to bid 100. We'll see. It shouldn't win. I shouldn't win. I may have barely squeaked that in under the wire. No way. Well, I won. All right. What was I bidding on? I'm not telling you.
As the pizza says CHEER 100.
End of line.
It's one of those things I don't want to say until it's in my hands. Because, like, what if the person who's selling it is watching it or sees this or something? And then they're like, hey, you're popular. Give me more money. You know, there's lots of reasons that I don't want that kind of information to be. Here's our back to 100. I think I know why %C hasn't been working. S-Dub Texas, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. Desktop entered a time slip. Yeah, I think I went into the wrong folder for the code and I'm running the wrong thing. Okay, well that explains stuff. All right, well, I bought one, I guess. Well, I bought 3 ones, but yeah. And that's all I'm giving you. I'll give you one other hint. I have the bag for the thing, but I don't have the thing. All right. I feel slightly bad for Chloe now, who has done 200 bits multiple times today. Trio of Scion 3s? Man, that would be awesome. No. Not a Scion. Should we create a 500 really nice telephones rare? Yeah. Okay. That's pretty good. I like this. Okay. So. Not resetting my finger macros. I only just got them working. Pi disk rip. Pi disk rip is my CD ripping. Well, it's not just CDs. Media archiving software. So Garfield phone. I desperately want a Garfield phone. I really badly want one. I think a Garfield phone would be awesome. Okay. So now I'm going to do Control A, delete. And then we need to do some other stuff. Okay. So there's all good things happening. Do we want a trying to think, do we want an icon for good stuff? You know what? I'm going to do this next. Circle. I'll even hold control so the circle's actually a circle. Okay. And then we're going to stroke. And then we're going to not fill. And then I'm going to realize that that's too big of a circle. And then I'm going to, there we go. And then I'm going to, there, that's centered. And then I'm going to put more circles in it. Right there. And then this one I'm going to fill. And I'm not going to stroke. And then that's way too small. So we'll just do this. I want the Homer Simpson phone with the clock belly. I'm not aware of that one. And then this, and then that. And then that is a DIN 3 cable. No, this is going to be ellipsis for the idle. For like waiting for something to happen icon. Boom. Making a bowling ball. Yes, a bowling ball designed specifically to snap your middle finger off. Export. No, file, save, copy. No, I want to save as. File, save as, idle.svg, save. I've already put more science and design into the compact disc logo. No, than the SD card logo. Now animate the dots? No. No, only this one is animated. The other one should not be animated. Okay, so I need the padding. I don't want that, but let's see. Idle, boop, and then... Wait, no. Working, not that. Or idle. No, not that. Working. Good. This is what I want, but not this. That's RG. Yes, that's correct. Right there. Okay, so save. Okay, so if I put a disk in, it should turn yellow. You know what I bought? You're jealous? Let me ask you this. Is it similar to your cellular device? Yes, all right, you do know. Oh, it skipped straight to good. Darn. Yeah, they're pretty disgusting, aren't they? I think it was a good deal, though. Bought a pile of obsolete iPads. Not too far off. So does save get an early Sony? I mean, only one is maybe working. And I love that it's 8 billion power supplies. Like, I don't get that. There is no save, though. Left the padding line for the ellipses, SVG in the idle section. Oh, whoops. Good catch. Save. And then control F5. All right, I want to watch it turn yellow and do the ellipse. Let's do the padding for good, though, to make sure that that's, like, actually working. And idle. Idle will have padding, but no icon. That way the spacing's correct. Okay, good. I don't know what the icon for good should be. Finally better internet for the office. Yeah, I bought that on eBay. Oh, you're saying that modems would be. Yeah, feels like it sometimes. Circle? I don't know. I don't think a circle's a good one. Disc with a check mark? No, that makes it seem like it's done. This should be working. I'm thinking like maybe a gear? I don't know. Okay, pay attention to when it turns yellow. Ah! Wait, that's wrong. Oh, I forgot to name it. Oops. Did I call it idle? I think I did. Hold on, let me rename it, because I don't want it to be called idle. I want it to be called working. I keep pressing F1 because the data general key layout is terrible. I'll just... Active as a gear is good. Yeah, if the icon I want isn't in font awesome, I don't have an icon. See, I always do everything myself because, you know, why not? Okay, control F5. Just real quick so that we can see it. Let's just do this. That's still wrong because I still haven't called it working. There we go. That's too big. Well, you know what that just means? We got to scale the image in Inkscape. Grab this. Let's see. It's too tall, so just right there. Beautiful. There we go. And now, wait, yeah. And now refresh. Nope, that didn't work. Why? Why? Because I called it idle. Hold on. Save as. And then working, save. There we go, replace. And then we go back to here. And then, perfect. Okay. All right. Could I have it actually be spinning? How do I make a single background image spin? Just use this? No, I refuse to click the link. Nope. You can't make me. That's good. Okay, I'm happy. Let's make a gear one now. You guys ready for this? All right, gear time. So we're going to make a circle yet again. Okay. Circle time. Okay, so this one I am going to stroke. Where's my color? Color. Okay, so we're going to stroke. No fill. And then this time I'm going to make the stroke really huge, and then we're going to squish the circle down more. Okay, perfect, because I want that to be like the center where the bearings go or whatever. Okay, so beautiful. It's a circle. Now we're going to take this, we're going to duplicate it. And then I'm going to move the duplicated one. All right. And then to make this a gear, we just change the stroke style to dashes. Now I got to figure out how to make the dash size different, though. Let's see. Maybe this. No, maybe this. Oop, that's closer. So we'll just mess with the size of this until it looks gear-like. That looks kind of maybe gear-like, but it's not quite the right size. So we'll go up here and we'll just... That looks like a gear. Perfect. It's a little small, so now we're going to select the whole thing. And then we'll just... There we go. And a gear. Actually, it turned out better than I thought it would. I was really hoping to make some kind of abomination, but that actually just worked. Like, even the seam where it... I thought it was going to not space out well. But, yeah. Mechanical engineers hate you, don't they? Gear or cutting disc, you decide. I mean, is this wider than... Yeah, that is. This is wider than this is. So they would not, in fact, mesh, which is better. So file, save as, and then this is good.svg. They would mesh, not quietly. No, they won't mesh. That's what I'm saying, is that the distance, you can see here, it's a trapezoid. The distance between this point and this point is wider than the distance between this point and this point. And this distance is the same distance as this distance. So this can't actually mesh. This is not a valid gear. This has to be a trapezoid where that points narrower at the top. It's currently pointing wider. 2 terabyte external hard drive broke. System port size is 0. Ooh. Can call a recovery expert. Yeah, that might be the best option if you're seeing that kind of dramatic size. WD-40, let it grind till it runs smooth. All right, copy. Good. Save. Okay. All right, so now we'll refresh. Okay, there's no icon for waiting. Okay. True, mesh, no. Catch, yes. Avert, TLDR. Yeah. Just needs to wear it. Backlash is just tolerance, right, Yin? I mean, you know. Okay, so gears are cool. Start rip. There we go. Okay, gear for yellow. That's not right. It should be good. No, working. Wait, what did I do wrong? Oh, no. Did I overwrite? Working? No! Okay, hold on. We got to undo, blah, 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 blah. Okay. File. Save as. Working. Save. Replace. Okay. And then Control F5. Okay. There we go. All right. So I'm closing the tray, so it should briefly go yellow, and then it should go green. It may skip yellow because it updates like once a second. All right, let's see. Come on, find the disk. You know you want to find the disk. There it is. All right. Green. It was kind of sweet. What do you mean in before rain, though? Those who don't wear binoculars won't see them. What, the icons? Nah, it's fine. They're just meant to be quick reference. So, dead air? Oh, did I dead air too? Wait, what's going on with the... My view of the server has gone wonky. That's not what you guys are seeing, though, right? Oh yeah, my remote desktop is not happy. Oh, it might be that my internet died. Hold on, let me see. No, it's still there. I don't know. Weird. Oh, I just realized, Sigilites, it's just a shame you don't live closer, because I would trade you one for that module. I would totally do that. I don't know why it's not connecting. Whatever. All right, I want to see it go to ellipsis in a second. Oh, and then I'll run this with the changer, because that will do more. The colors will matter more, and the icons will matter more. I like the icon solution. This is nice. This went better than I thought it would, actually. I was expecting to have to do something hideous. Oh, it's beautiful. I love it. It's perfect. I like it. And then gray, no icon. Boom. That's why I ask. Well, that depends whether the nasty vinegar one's the one that works or not. Oh, I might have a deal for you. I want one fully functional. All right, so I'll say that much. When I get to that point, maybe adjust straight up cost of shipping trade for the cellular one. I would try and get you enough parts to make one functional, but I don't know if there is enough to have one be functional for a second out of what's there. Gray with no icon feels a little odd, but it's supposed to be like totally idle. We'll do it with the robot now. You'll see what it looks like when there's multiple there. Because I think it'll make sense. All right, so let's kill this. Boom. And then go back to here. Now we're at robot, so we run this. All right, we're going to rip. I don't want to drop anything. You'll think about it? Okay. Because I have a hard time assigning value to things and thinking of stuff like that. So I don't really think of it like that. Because like you saw, I did not pay a lot. Okay, Lego driver foo. That's what we're ripping. Okay, so control, F5. Okay, we need padding on the right. I think that'll fix it. I know that you can just do padding and then do 0 and X and Y, but I don't remember which is which. So this happens instead. Oh, that looks pretty good, actually. Okay. So, Lego driver foo. Lego. Driver. Foo. Boom. I'm starting to think the circle around the ellipsis is a bad idea. Ooh, a circle with some Z's. Maybe just bigger Z's in general? Like maybe big Z, medium Z, small Z? Yeah, essentially what Yin did is an Amiga. I don't know. I feel like the Z's one is going to be too much fine detail for this, though. Coffee cup is classic waiting icon. Yeah. You might notice I'm not super overly concerned with this right now. So, oh, I do like it though. Yeah, that works. I'm happy with that. All right. Maybe just drop the circle. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Maybe that. And then just center it. Hourglass? Oh my gosh, that makes too much sense. Yeah, hourglass. That's the obvious solution. Duh. How did I not realize that? Where's the squiggle tool again? It always is hiding, like every time. Is that squiggle tool? There we go. There we perfect. I love it. Beautiful. And then we do one of these. That's horrible. Perfect. And then a dot. No. No. Get at. Stop. Let go. And then. Love it. And then like a little tiny bit falling. How about not? All right. Does that look like? It actually does look like an hourglass. How? That's horrible. How does it actually look like an hourglass? Oh well, that'll work. And save. Boom. Replace. If I get back to it quick enough, we can see it. Come on. Control F5. Hourglass. That actually looks really good. I hate how good that looks. Problem installed wand and it tells me I need to install it. Even installed it with sudo. Did you install it with pip or with apt? Because it should be done with... Do you have Image Magic installed? It might need Image Magic installed. Because I don't think I've ever... Usually when I like first set up a computer, it's apt install, git, ffmpeg, Image Magic, Inkscape, and a bunch of other stuff. And I just don't even think about the dependencies. So try, if you don't have Image Magic installed, try that. CSS to rotate the cog. Okay, come on. I don't believe you. No. Wrong. It's not. That won't work. No. My image is a background image. It's not an image object. Background image. No repeat. That's what it is. The icons really classed it up. They're a good addition. That was the solution. That implementation worked out smoother than I would have guessed, too. Why is it a background image? Because it lets me apply the color and the image as a class in CSS. So the browser changes which image is shown just based on the CSS class. The CSS class is changed as an output signal level by the different steps in the process. Yeah, I think no icon looks much better there now that there's padding on both sides. Not that looks matter at this stage, but yeah. Oh, that's more impressive. Div planet, okay. So ID background is that, okay. And then, no, that's rotating the div. That will rotate the text too. That's not rotating the background, that's rotating the whole thing. So, Mr. Hack, it's a CSS background image. You cannot rotate it. Found the issue. It tells me to install wand, but it wants Python 3 wand. Oh, okay. I don't know if that's what I installed or not. Wait a minute. Python 3 wand. Are you installing that with apt? I don't know. Well, if it works, that's good enough for now. It's closer to what would be wanted? Not really. Does Inkscape do animated SVG editing? I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. Cropping the image is a much more important thing than that, isn't it? Like, what? I'll taunt that carrot. Hey, we could crop the photo right now. What do you think about that? You want to crop a picture? Because we could do that. Let's see. The controller handler. Controller handler. Okay. Oh, yes, very. Do inside the SVG itself. I mean, you guys want all kinds of complicated stuff. Okay. Crop X, crop... Oh, I added that as that? Oh, I was going to be even dumber than that. That's even better. Okay. Hold on. I need to math. Dude, I wish it was easier to do nines complement subtractions on the comptometer, because I keep wanting to reach over and grab that, but no. And then I think my batteries are dead on the HP Voyagers. I don't think I have batteries in the 41C because I'm smart. Yeah, it feels too light. So that won't turn on. No. How about the 48GX? Do I have batteries in that? This feels heavy enough, I bet I do. I do. Okay. I should take those out. Ooh, they're spooky batteries too. Yeah, we're definitely taking those out. Okay. All right. I need to math this up for a second. So, okay, here we go. Math time. So I need to do, delete, okay. 1920, that's not even close. 1920, enter. 1080, enter. Okay, 2 divide minus 1380. Boom. So crop X here will be 1380. And then X this will be 540 because I was the divided by 2. RPN is life. Okay. So now I need a crop command. And I used crop and simple scan. So let's go to git simple scan, and then this, and then that. And then I just copy paste crop. I accidentally delete the crop, copy, not cut. You know, let's just close and not save. That's fine. Okay. Oh, great. I missed the sneeze. Oh, it's like I need to sneeze. Let me. Oh, then I got to mute. And then, oh. Ah. Okay. Ah. Yeah. Paste. No, I accidentally copied. Ah. Electronic slide rule calculator? How does that work? Oh wait, no, that's just slide rule. That's cool. I like the Rockwell. That's nice. Your Linux where was there need defrag HDDs with XFS? Do I need to? I mean, HDDs probably in general. You don't. You need to defrag. I don't know. XFS. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, there are too many variables to that. I don't know. Okay, so I need camera defaults. No, I need camera something. Why is this being set here when it should be set via other thing? Oh gosh. I'm not animating the gear. No, no gear animation. It is not allowed. That's now a rule. It's not allowed to be animated. Camera X and camera Y. And now this line's really long, but whatever. Okay. And then we do crop X, crop Y. Yeah, that should be good. So we'll just do this, and then this, and then 1, 2, 3, Y, 1, 1, Y. Save. Okay. Now I need to restart the software. Boop. Okay. Boop. Imported to your video editor, rotated exports to MP4. Gosh. All right. Control F5. Okay. Test. It's probably already a test. Test. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Start rip. Go. Yay. We. All right. Okay. I love the icons. They're so good. All right. Photo. And then it crops photo. And we can cheat. We can go see the photo earlier, too. TMP, disk rip. Error thing has no thing. Okay, well that's, let's do image as image with that, and then take 2. And control F5. Refresh again. All right, blah, 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 blah. Oh, the commas in there seem really dangerous. Let's go. All right, taking a picture. We'll see if it blows up. Disk rip. Should make a dir for photos in a moment here, I think. Okay, photo, and drum roll, please. It's totally cropped! Yay! uh, crop, uh, um, uh, why? Why did that not crop? That's how it works. I saved it. I mean, it's doing the rip. I don't really care about that part. It's going to spit the disk out after and yada yada. Oh wait, you're saying it's running on yours? Yes, excellent. Okay, I want to know if it properly names your tracks in the FLAC folder. That's the real test. Uh, Decoutin, that is a bunch of stuff that I don't know about, and I'm probably not the person to try and ask for help on. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about Node.js. Alright, title. Welsh artist? I don't know. Focus robot? Wait, was it out of focus? I don't think it was. Yeah, that's in focus. That's the disc right there. Boom. That's razor sharp. I mean, as good as it's going to be. Yeah, I also got to say, it's a bit of an ask to come in and ask someone to run a Node.js program, particularly, or just any software in general at random. Like, number one rule of thumb is do not run someone else's software like at random. Oh, the camera view in the corner of the stream. Oh, you want me to do that? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just not set up to run that, and I'm going to be here only for 15 more minutes. I'm not the person to ask on that. Sorry. Okay. Let's see. Why did it not crop? Image. Okay. We get a path. Yeah, why is it not cropping? But crop. Okay. Oh, image equal that. Okay. Dude, I so don't understand. Image, magic, wand, crop. So my software is a web front end that controls this CD drive robot over here that allows me to bulk rip optical discs for archiving purposes. So I'm currently working on taking photos of the discs in the trays using a webcam mounted to the top of it. And I'm just trying to crop the images using Image Magic Wand, which is working, but for some reason it's not doing cropping. Crop, width, and height. Yeah, well, basically, it should just be this, which I'd have in there. It just like it seemed like it didn't apply. So I'm wondering if maybe this function isn't being run. I mean, it kind of has to be. Okay, hold on here. Looking for photo. Wait a minute. Did taking photo not work? Print taking photo media. That should have printed somewhere in here. Please insert. Okay, found disk. No, that disk insert continue taking photo of media. Okay, so yeah, took the photo. At that point, it should have cropped. And yeah, I am in AZ. How do I control the webcam? I am using Linux Pi to open it as a UVC device, and then I am setting a couple of values to try and get it to focus on a specific location. Then we have to take in a bunch of frames so that it has time to autofocus. And then we load the raw sensor data, essentially, and then we're using ImageMagick as a Python object to save that to a JPEG. And it should be in the ImageMagick stage here, though, that I'm able to crop it. And I just don't understand why the crop isn't being applied, because it saves the photo right there. What moves it? Nothing moves it. It stays in place. The arm here picks up and moves disks into the webcam's view. So it's when they get put into the tray of the disk drives, that's when the photo gets sit. There's a stepper motor underneath. It's a whole platform that is multiple hoppers of disks and drives. Yeah, the camera is fixed above the trays. Yeah, I am enjoying this project a lot. Why is this not being... Wait a minute. Oh my gosh. I bet I know what it is. Hold on. If I go to... No, I thought I was going to have to set image back to image. Why is it not cropping? Image crop, image save. Dude, what? Config data, camera. Oh, I know exactly why I didn't crop. I'm a dummy. 0, 1920, save. Let's take a step back in time to a simpler age when we remembered that there was a configuration file that had settings for the camera. Okay, let's try this again. All right, so give me the dry Foo Fighter. No, give me that back. Give me. There we go. All right. Yeah, so now we're going to take a picture of driver here. This should be fully done. Okay, blah, 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 whatever. It doesn't matter. Start rip. All right. It should take a photo and get a cropped image now. Bin to wave not working. Oh my gosh. B-Chunk, is that installed? All right, we got our photo. Drum roll. It's cropped too much. But hey, it's cropped. There you go. You wished on the monkey's paw for a crop. You didn't specify how good it had to be. That's it. Job done. Let's take 140 out of that and add 140 to this. Yeah, why isn't it square? That's a really good question. Why was that not square? I thought I took half of I did. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. This would be a lot easier if I could just use Python for math, but no, that's not allowed. Okay, so 1920 minus 1080. Nope, I did a bad 1080. Okay, minus. Okay, 840 divided by 2. Nope, 2, not 2 times. Oh my gosh. 2 divide. Okay, 420. So I need to take out 210 from each side. No, 4, yeah. So it would be this, and then 1920, 420 minus 1500. So I was going to be close with the other numbers. Why is this locked up? You're a text editor. You don't. It was not being B-Chunk? Uh-oh. Oh, you're saying B-Chunk was not installed. Okay. Dude, how's Kate locked up? It's a text editor. Wait, why is Plasma locked up? Firefox is good. Oh, there we go. Wait, no, not quite. How about you? Will you resize? No. I think my computer's trying to tell me it's time to go home. Oh, there we go. Wait, it spent that whole time trying to read the disk? Holy moly. Okay, 1500, save. Well, I got bad news software. I'm about to eject that disk. Okay, and boop. Tell it you have caps to reform. That's a good point. It did the same thing again. It probably overvolted. That's like a terrifying little slope. But yeah, that's just normal discharge. That's fine. Okay. So that cap is good over there. It just didn't beep. You couldn't even see it because I'm dumb and closed it and whatever. That's settings. Everything else should be good. Controller, handlers, all there. Okay, save. Okay, final test, probably. All right. Control F5. All right. Hergle blurgle. Okay. Go ahead and rip. Okay. So we should get a square image this time. Can only join droppers. Okay, hold on. Python get tracks. Invalid number. Tracks D num tracks. CDIO. Okay, that's a weird one. Lena Heim, can you try a non? Is that a different disk or is that the CD stub disk? Track. Invalid track returned. Okay, I have not encountered that. It's the CD stub disk. Okay. Can you try another disk and then post that in Discord? I don't think it should matter, but I have no idea what's going on there. That's weird. Ah, it's perfect. Look at it. It's like a picture or something. So clearly the camera is slightly off to the side, but that's a problem I can fix by just reaching over and going, wah. So I'm gonna call that good. Okay. Let's go back, and then back again, and then back one more time, and then back a couple more times. And then one more. Close enough. Okay, wait. We need to add image. Cancel. Get add image. Not a get repository. Fair. Get add image. Get status. Okay. Status drives, controller handler, and then none of this change. Good. Okay. Get commit -am. I'm about to do everyone's favorite thing. I did multiple things in this commit. Added web icons and enabled cropping of media photo. Git push. All right. Yeah, I really wish I knew what was going on there. The only other thing I could think is that PyCDIO is not installed or set up correctly. That's weird. Yeah. All right. That we would see it, that typewriter powder? No. I said, no matter what, I'm not doing it this weekend. I mean, maybe I do it tomorrow before stream, but I'm not doing it on stream. Because I need to set up cameras to, like, properly shoot it. Wow, Music Brain's errored out. Weird. No, stop trying to rip it. Bad computer. Anyway, that's going to be it for today. All right. Well, that was a good test for me today. I used the productive day. Yeah, actually quite. I also used the Atomic keyboard for the entire day, which was cool. Because it's the first time I've been able to. I got it reprogrammed for the first time this morning so that I could have like sensible keys for some of the stuff. So that was cool. Properly captured and explode a little bit. I'm going to have a thermal camera pointed at the capacitors when I first turn it on because I don't trust them. Testing a normal audio CD. Okay. Let me know about the results in Discord. So, all right. It is outro time here, which hopefully will have audio. Okay, good. I didn't mute it. I set it to automatically mute some of the sources or the audio on some of the screens since I can't mute the microphone anymore, just to make things easier. Yeah. All right. Tomorrow, I want to continue working on PyDisk because I think, finally have it fully functional with the robot for the first time. And we'll actually be able to, like, fine-tune the things that we need for it to work correctly to, like, just trust it. So tomorrow we'll do some run-through tests, find any other failures, try and make a couple of quality of life changes, and then maybe see if we're calling the software mostly done at this point. Because we're functionally done, I should say, because, you know, there's plenty of little things to do here and there. But yeah, it seems like it's actually working. So this was a pretty critical day, actually. Got some big things ticked off. So, all right. Collision failsafe. That's never going to happen because I can't control that. Oh, I do need to fix the problem where when it errors on a disk, it will eject it and then it will fail. I need a skip option in the queue. So on the web interface, I'm going to need an option to be able to remove something from the queue. And then when it errors on a disk, I need it to just stop and then flash red on the computer. That way I can assess whether or not the disk should be continued or not, and then move on. Or maybe I could have it put it in the reject spindle. I don't know. We'll figure that out tomorrow. Let's make that tomorrow's goal. We'll stick a CDR in there and have that be our bad disc and see what it does. So anyway, that's it for tonight. If you guys enjoyed this tonight for Europeans, today for Americans. Anyway, that's it for right now. If you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's it for now, and I will see you next time. So much fun. Conversion working? That's wild. I don't know why the other one wouldn't work. Weird. Good catch, Digital Ice Age. I didn't think about that. Oh well.